Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is the one, it's the one. Really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is the one, it's the one. Really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love? Shirt collar. Show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. Like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me on tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Worst case, just stab that bitch in the face.
That's
No.
inappropriate.
He would
I
kill
agree.
every single one of us.
That's
I
right.
totally
Well-
agree. That was the right call.
Exactly. Now that Gorbek's gone, we gotta add a little bit of chaos back into this equation some way.
He who
He's
must not
already
be
done
named.
that.
Okay, guys, welcome back to chapter of
It's on the-
Adventures in Athoria.
We'll tattoo it to his forehead next time.
Yeah, it's like
just keep adding numbers.
it's 33. Yeah, 33.
Smooth transition, Arthur.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you had already started. That's my bad.
Yeah, see, he saw the like 15 minutes and was like, "Shit, I got plenty of time."
I
Right?
got pissed.
I'm gonna go make a calzone.
Oh my
Like,
lord.
Calzone,
Gotta go.
Calzone
gotta go.
betrayed. Okay, so yeah, for real though, welcome back to chapter 33.
30. That
Yes.
and that's 11 more than 22, Eric.
Yes, I'm just making sure I got that right because I've been trying to leave notes in my notes about what episode we're on.
That shouldn't be
So-
that hard, Eric. It is literally one number more than the previous one.
Yes, but like I have to try and keep that out. Like we're in year 1281 of the Fifth Age, Frost rule, day 37 of the Seed. So like I have to trying to be better about keeping time and shit.
What's
So
next
anyway.
episode is 34. Just
Yeah,
to let
next
you know.
time it's it's quick.
Are you
and
sure? Can
Yes.
you prove it?
I can prove nothing. You just have to take whatever I say about my world as gospel. Okay, so welcome back. And for those of you who are joining, hope you guys had a wonderful Valentine's Day. Last week, we read through chapter 32, which comes before 33. And basically, our group got together, did a little sneaky and some busting out, and basically had to reorient themselves after a certain goblin decided that they wanted to leave the group, stating that he did not want the party to have to do this dangerous mission on his behalf. So, of course, the party members went and did the dangerous mission on his behalf.
He's not the boss of us.
And so, after
We do what we
successfully
want.
pulling that off, you guys decided to spend a little bit of relaxation time, followed by shopping, which you guys are heading out to do at the present moment.
The 600 gold we each got.
Yes, and let's see here. Some people were going grocery shopping. Some other people were going to go buy some firearms. And then some other people were looking for bows. And sticks and wood and other stuff.
2 people were looking for bows. Bows and bow staffs.
I need a kitchen gun.
Anyway, so before your party breaks off separately, you guys head to one of the local marketplaces here in the 5th Ward, the Wyvern Square, where a large cornucopia of travelers and merchants have assembled in this adventuring corridor in order to peddle their wares to the local nomadic adventurers that make their way through. If ever there is a place where you can buy just about anything, this would be the place. Aside perhaps from maybe one of the merchant halls in Abaddon. So, Izal, right off the bat, you find a three wagon train of kind of fold out, pop up carts that seem to house crates and crates and crates of different food that at the present moment are being picked up and heckled off and shoved in the face of passersby by this dark-skinned Rojan who barks his wares and attempts to collect some money. An interesting place to collect some things. You can, however, find a different place if you wish.
I could be mean and say, look, no, let's go to like at least 5 more, but this person
Fair
seems
enough.
interesting. I'm going to go get some growth. Is there anything in particular we're looking for? More bread, cheese, and meat?
I gotta go find a gunsmith, but if you can get some
Tea?
Terzan tea.
Oh, you might have it. Some tea. Anything for you, Arthur, of Olred?
Not really. I kind of grow whatever I want to eat, but I'm pretty good. You might want to get some type of broth or something for like a stew.
Cooking stock. Okay. Olred, anything?
Cognac.
I'll see what they got.
Cognac.
I heard you first time. I go over.
My apologies, I didn't hear you.
I go over to the 3-cart little shop. Hey. Do you happen to have any tea?
The figure whips around. Welcome. Tea. I do have a variety of teas brought in from the north of Shelnar, near the capital city of Oman. Surely this is what you are looking for. I also have exotic fruits, and he gestures over to some other ones, and some not exotic fruits.
What makes them exotic?
They are not from the islands. Some of these are tropicals taken from the north of Shelnar.
Oh. And none of it's like poisonous or anything?
Well, there are some items that you should cook properly before eating in order to neutralize certain compounds found within them.
Any of them pair well with alcohol? I don't know what fruit really mixes well.
Well, and he kind of goes and sets some stuff back and starts pulling up like a small thin tray that's got like some fabric in the bottom of it, and so they're kind of like when you buy those pears around Christmas time and they're all kind of done up in a fancy box.
Expensive ass pears.
You basically see these things that look like very large grapes or I'm trying to put, like plums almost, but they're kind of a lighter red color than plums, and he kind of gestures. These are fruits taken from the borders of Witchfen Mire, a place known for many natural magics. Dangerous, too, as there are rather large lizards that travel the swamps there and try to eat anyone who harvests these little delicacies. They are quite sweet, but will give you, well, let's just say, they give you quite a bit of pain in the stomach if not cooked thoroughly before eating. They are sweet enough to where those who are unknowing will likely taste 5 or 6 of these before the sickness really sets in. And at that point, well, if the person is not constituted, it will could be lethal.
Oh, so you went the total poison. I was looking for something that might pair well with cognac or something. That's interesting.
I do have some slightly different things, if that's what you're looking for. It's just when you said poison.
I was making sure it wasn't poison, because if I accidentally eat something,
Well,
I don't want to break out in a rash.
sorry, then. And he kind of
Oh, no,
So
no.
that's right.
By all means. It's not taken off the table. I like the
that
idea.
is, anyway. Cognac, you said. I have a variety of citruses that might be a benefit.
Oh, can I get a variety of an option for there? And I'll take some of the exotic fruits and like a mix of the non-exotic ones. Have you got any like meat or bread that you might have gotten shipped in? I don't know what you have. I'm just trying to see what you got.
I do have a few varieties. I do have certain kinds of dark bread that are taken from Oman. Here, let me show you. and he pulls out some loaves that are like some, almost kind of like pumpernickel, but they're kind of twisted. The loaves are like braided, almost kind of like challah. And he kind of,
It's not bread.
yeah, not bread. I was like, what are you talking about? It is bread,
It's not,
but
it's not-
Knot,
it's
not N-O-T. Yeah, and then he goes and pulls out like a curved dagger with kind of
drenched in poison.
no, it's got like pillowed serrations. I forget exactly what that's called. They're kind of fluted, and he just kind of goes a quick cut. The outside is like this dark brown gray, but you can see like the inside of the bread, which is kind of like a pale straw color, but there's this thin like staining of red purple just around the outside. So clearly like this thing seems to change colors when it makes a crust,
Oh, that's cool.
and he kind of passes off a piece.
This one's not poison either, is it?
No.
No.
It's
Pretty good.
dense, tastes kind of like a slightly sweeter wheat bread,
I like
very
it.
high in fiber.
I like it. I'll take some of this and some of those over there. It's gonna give me a variety of them. I'll just carry them with me.
Of course. Here, let me get you a carrying crate. And he starts bringing out an extra crate, kind of dumps some stuff out, and just kind of starts filling it up.
All right.
So, we have some variety of fruits, some local, some exotic. We have some breads. And then you asked about tea. I do have some exotic teas. Anything in particular you are looking for?
Something that will relax you and not keep you up all at night. Calm the
Not
nerves.
keep you up all of night. I think I have some. What do you think of green teas?
I don't know. Is it supposed to be green?
Well, there are. Are you a connoisseur of
No,
tea?
it's for my friend. I don't really drink a lot of tea.
How about we get him the variety pack?
Sure, variety it all up.
And he goes and pulls out like a couple different little sachets of stuff and kind of packages it together and ties it up. You should be able to find something they like within this option. So let's see. We got the bread and here's the teas. The only meat I have at this juncture is dried meat, like
don't
jerky.
worry.
Is that okay?
Don't worry about that then.
Okay.
I'll find someplace else.
We'll get this up. Well, let's see here. For this crate, you are looking at 2 gold pieces.
Ooh, better be some good bread, that's for sure. Alright,
Well, it is a lot of food.
Jen
but
got
it
2
is-
gold. Alright.
Okay. And he takes the money. Well, Ali appreciates your business. Please come back anytime.
Ali?
Yes, the name is Ali Sharati.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Izal.
Good to meet you, Izal. Are you one of the dwarves of Calazando?
I have no idea what that means, so probably not.
Well, very well. I just assumed if you were this far south, you would have been from the Iron Kingdoms.
No idea. I'm from way up north.
Let's see. Indeed, I have heard of your kind of dwarf.
Alright, I'm gonna be going now. Good luck with your sales. It's kind of different.
Yes, of course. If there's anything else I can do to be of service, please come
Keep
back.
an eye
I
out
have
for some
more.
good cognac.
Good cognac. Good.
I wander off.
Okay, you wander off. Let's see. I believe the next person to find something would be Gander.
It smells good
Uh,
in the air.
Yeah. Well, a little ways off from the Wyvern Square, you do find a small kind of workshop. It's 2-story with the workshop beneath and like the home above. After asking around, you're pointed to this establishment of a gunsmith by the name of Thistlebloom. As you kind of come through, you can see on the outskirts there's drying racks of wood that's being set up to slowly air out over time. And as you kind of step into the shop, the smells of a variety of different hardwoods kind of assail your nostrils, along with the smells of flax and wax and just a variety of different materials. As you look back, you see a kind of honey-colored or honey hair, honey kind of hair, a male halfling kind of benched, lean over this kind of sawhorse bench with a log clamped to it as he uses a draw file to quickly shape a piece of wood. As you look through, you can see a variety of kind of wood trinkets, but then there's also shields, and you also do spot some stocks for guns and things like that in the area. But as you kind of walk through and the little bell dingles, the halfling kind of looks up and goes, "Oi, welcome. Apologies, I wasn't expecting anyone. Did you have a request?"
I was actually looking for something that might be a little pre-made, just with some modifications, if that is available. I see you working on a new piece right now.
Yeah, hold on. And he kind of sets the draw knife aside and kind of stands up and brushes off all the wood shavings and kind of makes his way over to the front, kind of steps up on a platform, kind of looks down over the counter. Childress Thistlebloom. I'm a woodsmith and gunsmith here in the area.
Well,
So
at
what
least you don't have
exactly
to
are you looking
outsource for your stocks. I need a rifle that no actual loading is necessary, just the visual function, because I'm going to be experimenting with enchantments and other types of rigmarole to do something different. I'm not good with the kick of gunpowder. I never have been, so I'm just using it for a little bit of help casting. I'm out from the Adamant Spire up in the north, so
Never heard of it. All right, so if I understand you correctly, you're looking for mostly just something that has the semblance of a gun, doesn't necessarily need to shoot.
Yes, it's more so the visual helps with the casting conduit.
All right, that works out. I have a couple pieces I suppose can help you. Some one that are done for more ceremonial work. So I guess the question at that point is how nice you need it to look. And he kind of like reaches over, kind of opens up kind of a large wooden foot locker and starts pulling some stuff out. Pulls out this kind of long barrel musket and sets down. This one has a little bit of knotwork and just kind of general styling done, carving on the stock here. I have some other ones that I had a local goldsmith go through and add some embellishments to. Are you looking for something a bit more fanciful looking, or something like this work for you?
No, something more softer wood. Softer with an added hardwood shoulder stock, because longer attachment to the barrel to use as a walking stick, just to go around.
I suppose I would point out that this is a musket, so
yes,
it's already nearly, it's a lot bigger than us.
Yes, I know everything is bigger than us. The short rifles are bigger than us.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to figure out exactly what it is you need. But you are looking at like a musket rifle,
Yes.
right? Um, well, this is kind of what I have. If you need me to kind of shorten it up a bit for you, I could probably find something that's a little closer to our size.
What's the length of a musket, Eric? I can't remember.
It's about 5 feet.
5 feet.
Long barrel.
Yeah, so it's almost twice my size.
Compact.
You shave it down to 4 foot.
Okay. As another option, could maybe if you're looking for something a bit more flashy when it goes off, I do have some blunderbusses.
Oh no, those send me 15 feet back. No. If I ever fired the damn thing, I'd be clear across the room.
Fair enough. Okay, well, should be simple enough to kind of hack off a bit of the barrel here. I have a saw for the work.
And like I said, I'll be using it for 1, a casting conduit, and 2, a walking stick. So a wood as the stock and handle for more durability to put up with the weathering.
Right, no, I gotcha. All of them are wooden stocks. That's not really the problem there. The question is just how much embellishment you want. But I've got this here, and I can kind of cut it down for you. It's ready to go. Aside from that, it'll probably take me about 15, 20 minutes or so to get that modifications done. Assuming it's about as easy to kind of saw off this barrel as I think it will. But
how much is that going to take out of my coin purse? Let's talk about that.
That's going to be the next question, because weapons like these aren't exactly cheap. We're looking at about 500 gold pieces as the market rate.
Yeah, that's usually how they go. Good on you for keeping a storefront open, but you sell one, you can pay the year's rent.
Well, not as much as you'd think. This is the capital, near the Wyvern Square, so...
How much are they charging you a month?
Well,
just for the space. I'm not even.
You'll have to
talking
keep
about
in
the second
mind that, or rather, at least half of this is going to go just to materials and time. As I'm not a blacksmith myself, so the barrels and the firing mechanisms do have to be crafted by a blacksmith that I know here in town, and then they're brought back to me for the summation of assembly and creating of the stock. So, truth be told, of the 500 gold that I'll be bringing in, 100 of that might actually be profit, all things said. So, 2-3 months rent.
All right. Yeah, I'll just I'll pay up front some 300 now, and I'll give him. He said it'll take him 20 minutes, so I'm gonna just go look around a little bit and come back.
All right. And so he kind of hops down a little bit, takes the musket, and then starts doing sawing work, and then kind of after that starts filing off kind of the burrs and such on the edge, and then kind of
it doesn't take him long, but I'm gonna go look for not spell components, but materials for inscribing and enchanting, if that's doable. Like, I'm not gonna wait for him to finish. I'm gonna go do something else.
Yeah,
and just come
yeah.
back
No,
and
I
get it.
know. You can find a place nearby that sells like some basic components. It might, take you a little bit. So by the time you wrap that up, it's like time for you to go back. So, I mean, you don't. It probably takes you closer to 30 or 45 to handle that. So he's definitely done by the time you return.
Okay. Remove the gold. Like, if I wanted to, I can't even think of what kind of spells I would want to put on this. Like, when we talk about enchanting items, like, it requires components and inscriptions, file work, and like engraving, right? Engraving of runes, sigils, circles, the works.
Yeah, in general.
Okay. So I don't know how much would supplies run me back.
Well, you're basically just buying like a spell component pouch, right?
I guess.
Or are you looking for something specific?
Well, I don't know what I'm looking for specifically just yet.
So worst case, if you feel like you have to, then just buy a spell component pouch. Because unless something is specifically called out that's rare or worth a lot of money, then generally your spell component pouch or your arcane focus or whatever that stuff will handle that.
Eric, how much? What would you say? The spell Dragon's Breath.
So now you're gonna go and make me look shit up.
Second level spell, concentration. Does it have a material component?
A
Doesn't
hot
it does.
pepper, and that's it.
But yeah, hot pepper.
hot pepper?
So a component pouch would carry a hot pepper.
Yeah.
Yes, and I would also say that if your class, like for example, uses an arcane focus, then you would use the arcane focus in place of a material component with no listed cost.
If you're looking,
We'll
I
talk
think he's
about
wanting
this.
to
We'll talk
know
about this now.
about enchanting an item with a magical ability. So in that case, it would be he buys $200 worth of material components to enchant something, and when he goes to enchant it, you would say, okay, this test took you 30 gold worth of material to test this to get it to work.
And
that
view
kind of
the
thing.
spell Dragon's Breath into the gun.
Like he's looking for, because it's going to cost money to imbue anything, because it's going to take
Yes.
material components.
Yeah,
to do it.
and yeah, in which case you just could put down like arcane reagents and just assign a gold piece value to it. Sorry, I guess I probably should have been more clear in asking what the hell you were doing that for. It's
He
like,
wants to enchant an item, not just cast a spell.
Not cast a spell. Enchant an item.
okay, then yeah, you found a shop, you can convert a certain amount of gold to arcane reagents and just track that as a gold value of something in your inventory. OT doty. All right, so you come back and you can get your musket.
Thank you very much,
Sawed-off
sir.
musket.
Yep, sawn off musket.
What was the first name?
The guy,
Yeah, you said it quick. I got
Yeah.
Thistlebloom.
Jill
Jill Ross. Yeah, Jill Ross. Yeah, Thistlebloom.
Okay.
It's also in Dis.
Did I get it right?
Discord, not the
No.
elemental, not the plane.
It's not there either.
Thought I got it right.
No.
No,
That's what
no, it's right there in Discord. You're like,
Right, but we
Because I wasn't looking at
tri-spelling it
Discord,
first.
Eric.
It's part of the game.
well, that's where you guys posted the stuff instead of the chat here in Zoom. So sorry, that's what you guys get for
Jace
posting
can't
it.
see in Zoom.
That's
I get it. I know. I just I snap to whatever process you guys use.
Your tone
That's
seems
fine.
very pointed right now.
It is pointed. Now watch it or you're going to get a fireball in the face. Speaking of, Full Red, you were going bow shopping.
Was I?
Yes, you were. And was Arthur going with you for hopes that that person would have staffs?
I don't know about staffs, but staffs. Yeah, I would probably go that direction.
Okay, all right. You know, that's fine. Just making sure. Poisons. Never mind. You don't have to worry about that.
Poison.
Have
but-
no
Ignore that.
more money.
Enchantments. Nope. Necromancy. Never mind. Go back to this one. Okay. So, sorry. Just going through my list of assorted merchants. All right. So, you guys leave Ward 5 and head towards the Moon Gardens. It takes you guys just a little bit of time to find it, but you're sure you're there because the architecture of the area immediately becomes like high elven vines and arbors and color everywhere. Classical fantasy type neighborhood. And with minimal effort, you guys are able to find the workshop of the elf Thalorel. It sits on a simple kind of white stone building with a kind of heavy porch or kind of like tiled awning that goes out in front of it, where the workshop itself is outdoors and stretches most of the entire front of the property, with part of the house and store being in the actual meat of the building backwards. You find several elves in at the time, all seeming to be working on various woodworking projects at different stages.
Oh, Red, if we're going to find you a bow, I think this is probably the best place.
Yes.
Great. You want to go ask one of them about a bow?
Yes.
Cool. Go ask.
Yes. And Volred walks in towards what he assumes to be as a counter.
Not much of a counter. There is a place kind of off to the side that looks like it's got papers and stuff. As you just kind of approach, this kind of tall elf, or I guess really about your size, just right around or just under 6 feet, slender, with this kind of long brown hair that's kind of in a loose braid that goes down his back. Eyes of emerald, and wearing very simple clothing, kind of makes his way up to you. Hello, friend.
Greetings. I require an upgrade to my bow. Would you
I
happen
see.
to have anything?
I have quite a selection. And he kind of gestures backwards towards the wall, where you see some crossbows, bows of various sizes and skill levels. Some are very obviously like beautiful elven recurves with kind of all kinds of elven calligraphy and stuff in it. Some are a bit more plain.
What is the best bow?
Well, there are some that I have in a bit more of a personal collection that are not for sale, but I suppose if, judging by your question, you're referring to perhaps something of a magical nature.
No, just the best one.
Well, I suppose I'll give you a couple options. And he goes and pulls out 3 bows from the wall and kind of sets them down. He kind of gestures to the first one. This one is not magical by any real sense, but it is made using wood that comes from Tybel Say. There is some Druid magic that went to weave different strands together in order to make the wings, and it is adorned with mithril and elvish calligraphy. Though not magical in itself, this bow does cost around 300 gold pieces. I do have this other item right here. It is a bit more simple, but it is magical in nature, and confers a certain resilience to whatever ammunition and arrows are launched from it. Therefore, they're much less likely to be deterred. This would run you about 650 gold pieces. And then I have another one here. Also a little simple, but this one would be magical as well. Similar to the second one, it is of a magical nature and does grant a certain adamant to the shots fired with it. However, it confers its bonus only on specific kinds of creatures.
What do you mean by that?
This is using an elder enchantment, one that we often call the Bane. Specifically, this wounds dealt using this bows to those of orc and goblin kin are more painful.
There is a goblin I wanted to shoot once, but that was in the past.
Oh. That is an option. This one in particular will run you 800 gold pieces.
What was the magical properties of the second one?
This one has is slightly less than this one. It has it's basically a +1. Yeah, he's all correct.
I'm not there.
But it confers its bonus to all shots taken with it.
I don't know what that means.
And he kind of reaches down and kind of takes the bow, reaches out and grabs an arrow and kind of pulls it in, and then just kind of aims off. And you can kind of look on one of the long sections of the shop. There's actually some archery targets set up. And as he releases, the arrow flies and then hits the center of the target. You kind of like move up to it, and you can tell like the arrowhead itself has actually almost completely swallowed by the wood target. So it dug deeper than you would have expected an arrow of this type to.
So it does more damage.
Yes, and when it strikes an object, that object will be less likely to repel the force of the blow.
In layman's terms,
You get a +1 to attack and damage rolls,
yeah.
and it counts as a magical weapon for the purposes of overcoming damage reduction.
Which is great.
Is that just +1 or +1 die?
No, just +1.
Just +1. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yes.
Is
So-
this like way better than what I currently have?
OOC, yes. I mean, the +1 is like, you could take it or leave it. But the biggest thing is, it overcomes damage reduction by magical weapons. So things like ghosts and certain undead and other creatures that can only be harmed with magical weapons, arrows shot from this bow would be able to harm them.
Okay. What's does it have the same range as like a normal?
As a longbow, yes.
Okay. And how much was that again?
This one was 650 for the +1. The Bane one was 850.
The Bane one was 350.
No, I'm pretty sure it was 250, but that was for the ornamental bow. That's just ceremony in nature.
That was also incorrect, Eric.
Arthur. Arthur.
What?
Which bow should I get?
Do you have 800 gold? I mean, I don't know how often we're going to fight goblins and orcs, but we just did get out of a goblin camp. And that would have been very useful to hit them in the goblin camp. But it looks like that other bow, the middle one, is pretty sturdy, and it's going to increase your accuracy. I've never seen anybody shoot a bow that far and be that accurate.
It was like 30 feet.
Well, I mean, okay, and be that accurate, okay?
He's an elf.
Yeah, I understand that. Well,
I don't know.
do that.
Bored's had some pretty good shots.
I don't know that. But like anything that's going to increase Volred's accuracy, I'm like,
Yeah.
let's do that.
Those arrows
So
could be
Arthur's
so
like,
thick.
honestly, Red, I would probably go with the second one. But that's just me. I don't know a lot about archery and bows and stuff.
What's the guy's name again?
Thalorel.
Thalorel. Thank you, Thalorel. I quite fancy the second bow, but I find myself in the predicament where I only happen to have 450 gold on me. I'm doing an important quest now to save my family, and I don't have time to go back home and get more money. I'd be willing to transact immediately for that price.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Did it roll 13?
It did. You rolled a 13.
He kind of looks down. As a fellow elf, I would be willing to grant you a bit of a discount,
You're an elf?
but I'm afraid a 30% discount would be a little extreme. Perhaps I could meet you in the middle.
So 425 would be the cost? I'm sorry, I miscalculated that.
That would be 550. 15%. Or
I think
yeah, because everyone goes, "What happened to the 600?" Because that was 650.
600 times 0.85. That's 510. That'd be a 15% discount.
Oh, Red's good with money.
I know, but I'm saying
the
it's not
reward.
600; it's 650.
600 was from the reward. That's what they were talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
I could have sworn you said it was
Oh.
600 earlier for the bow.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was 600.
Alex, you have a better memory than I do
600.
when it comes to numbers.
Because I asked twice, it was 600.
That's 50.
Pretty sure you did say 600.
600, yeah.
I'm not trying to do this.
Alex, I know. Alex, what do you think? What are you gonna say?
I have a chart for magic items if you're looking for a +1 magic item cost, but you're already over it, even on the high
Yes,
end.
I know that. Okay, I know what the chart is. Okay, don't talk to me about the chart.
Honestly, I think I heard the number 600, but also
Okay.
numbers after it, but I don't know if that was you just making jargon or if it was 600.
Okay, so then we'll call it
I
the
ignored you.
600 then. I mean, ultimately, the difference is 50 gold. It's not the end of the world. So we'll say that I misremembered and it was 600.
To a normal person.
We go
Right,
back
for
and
a
watch
normal
go
person.
back and watch the tape. It's like it was actually 700.
Yeah, who knows? Hey, it's happened. Think about the beginning of this campaign. I sold you guys potions. Gave you like 3 potions for the cost of half of one.
Yeah. Haggling. That's what we are.
That was not my best night. So anyway, so you said what? It was 510? 515? What was that?
510.
Yes, I'm fairly sure that's what you said. Yeah, so 510.
I appreciate your generosity, and we'll take you up on that deal. I
Okay.
have removed 510 gold. What is the name of this particular item?
It's a +1 longbow. All right, in the thing it might be longbow +1,
Okay.
but
It's longbow +1.
that seems to be like a weird thing with +1s.
Add to backpack? I forget.
Yeah, add it to your backpack and then you can just add it to your equipment afterwards. It's fine.
Okay.
Red,
Yes.
are you an elf?
Yes.
How did he know you were an elf?
I don't know.
He's wearing the customary ear guards.
I guess I'm not whispering soft enough because he could hear me.
Because in case you've forgotten, he does have these weird little silver jewelry ear covers
I
that
know
that are
that.
spiked.
Sir, he's
I know.
cosplaying as an elf.
Well, Red just told me he's an elf, so I'm okay with that. That's cool. Red, do you think you can ask him if he has any of those cool magical sticks that other druids walk around with? Because he has like a druid bow, so maybe he has a druid stick.
Fine, sir. Do you have sticks?
Are we talking quarterstaffs, walking sticks, or staves of some kind?
Sir,
And he just kind of looks over to you. Yes.
I'm looking to improve upon this, and I hold out my quarterstaff. I recently learned that I have the ability to do Druid Magic, and I was wondering if you had anything that would help me be a better Druid.
Let's see. There are staves that do hold powers like that. That is beyond the skill of a humble woodworker, though. So I'm afraid there isn't much I can do for you in that regard. You might have to seek an actual staver, perhaps up in the Ethenium. They deal specifically in magical objects.
So wait, hold on. I'm gonna like grab Red and walk him away real quick because I'm gonna whisper again and hopefully you don't.
Fucking knife ears.
So the Ethereum is the thing that we don't like, right?
You're very quiet for someone.
Really quiet right now. I think you're just moving your mouth, but I can't see because you have a mouth. A mascot.
There are so many details that elude me.
Okay. Sir, these
Yes.
you said a stalver, staver,
Staver.
staver, not stover, staver.
Staver.
Okay. How far are they from here? Like, I don't know where the Ethenium.
Well, and he just kind of looks at you. It's the large building just, I guess, from where you guys are right now, southwest of here. It's only a few blocks over.
Oh, that's okay. I could do that. That's the yeah. We could go that way.
Now, I would like to say that it is typically reserved for those of magical skill. And I do not mean any disrespect, but you look as though you would stick out there. Perhaps it would be best if you walked behind your compatriot here.
I mean, I got cool clothes. Like here, Arthur pulls out his captain's clothing from the bag that he purchased a long time ago.
Yes, that would be attire much more appropriate of the upper wards.
Oh yeah, I can put this on. That's not a problem. I just want to make sure I'm going to the right spot. Did you just call me ghetto? Like, what was that?
I'm not familiar with this term ghetto.
Oh yeah, because you're bougie. Anyway, so what we'll do? Thank you. Brad, did you get your bow already? You got it. It's good. Okay. Thank you for the information. I will head to the very big building over here to the south of me. I appreciate your time. And Red, I didn't know you were an elf, but I'm happy to know that now. And I don't have anything else. Red, do you have anything else you would like to talk about?
No.
Great. All right. Thank you. Arthur will grab Red's arm and like pull him out of the shop. And once we get out the door, Red, you didn't tell me you were an elf.
To be fair, I don't even know what you are.
I'm a human?
Then why do you do weird stuff?
I mean, humans do weird stuff, elves do weird stuff, dwarves do weird stuff, halflings do weird stuff. Everybody does weird stuff. It's just a different race. But if I knew you were an elf, I could talk to you in Elvish. I actually understand Elvish way better than I understand Common, to be honest.
Can you read it?
Yes. Surprisingly.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
For not telling you I was an elf.
Well, you also didn't tell a lot of people about the skin condition either. But, I mean, hey, we've made it. I know you're an elf now, and I won't tell your business. So if you want to tell everybody else you're an elf, then that's up to you. But it is good to know.
Do you think that's pertinent information?
I think it might help if we get into some really strange situations like Homeboy back there who just automatically knew you were an elf and then nobody else knows you're an elf and they start having these types of conversations and then it gets real awkward for everybody else that you've been traveling with for like the last month and a half or 2 months. Yeah, because that was a weird situation. It was a weird situation. We were all guessing. Thank you very much. Nobody actually confirmed the information. And I'm happy to confirm that Red is actually an elf. The assumption was made from all.
You were able to confirm that Volred tells you he's an elf.
Yeah, I mean, the assumption was made just because he took elven accuracy for a feat.
Let us see your face.
I could have DM fiated that.
You could
Don't do that. He looks like the Crypt Keeper.
So yeah,
Freddy Krueger.
back to the conversation.
Good lord.
It was just nice. It's nice to know a little bit more about you, Red. Cool. Ethenium?
Yes.
Awesome.
Hey, Caleb, and what were you doing in this time?
Masturbating vigorously.
Oh goodness
No.
gracious, good golly.
He's got the house to himself. He's ready to go.
Go to horny jail.
Well, as soon as everybody leaves,
You're not
No,
gonna
he's
collect
sexting.
$200.
He's writing fanfic in his book.
Nude wizards
Wait,
in
did
your
we
area.
did we leave him with the sending
Hell no, that's
tab?
with me. I gotta bother
for your
Eric with that later.
information, I do have the spell sending.
No.
Yeah, I got the stick thingy.
Anyway, so what you doing,
Yeah.
Caleb?
As soon as everybody leaves, I'm like, well, fuck you guys.
I'm
I
glad-
guess
I'm
we're
going
not
out.
taking. I guess we're not hanging low.
Oh yeah.
That
You're not
thing
my
we were
fucking-
told to do.
Oh, Caleb told me to do that. Fuck him.
I'm going to put on my hat of disguise, and I'm going to hang low because I'm going to go out in disguise as a individual that I saw in the library whenever I was studying. Just a random human individual.
Okay. Just whichever one is most memorable to you.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to go and I'm going to find a magic shop to see if I can find some scrolls.
Easy enough. Most of the place that you find, though, they sell like magical components and things like that, eeks and such. A couple of them do have some loose scrolls, mostly of lower level, that they do have for sale. Is there a spell in particular you're looking for?
Let me look at the spell list because I had one earlier and I forgot it because I suck.
Yeah, well,
Blink.
Oh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this, but I'm going to do counterspell.
counterspell.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wizard bane.
Yes, you are actually able to find that. It's a very common spell, actually. And so one that several places keep on hold. Though very few actually carry it in scroll form, just because it doesn't exactly lend itself well to being used off the cuff in combat from a spell. So it's just like a couple people that hold on to it for the purpose of selling it to wizards such as yourself.
All right.
That's a good question. I need to see, what does that run? For that spell scroll, you are asked, the price is 300 gold pieces. Yep, third level spell scroll, 300 gold pieces.
Would I know if that is around the correct price, or would that be me getting ripped off?
Well,
or would I get
purchasing spell scrolls is actually a relatively new thing for you, but you've window shopped in the past. Back when you were broke and only had one circle.
Yeah.
And yeah, that seems about average. You
All right,
get the sense here, but they're kind of laissez-faire, like with the price. So I don't know, maybe you could get it cheaper to talk them down a little bit, but
I'm going to go ahead and go with 300. I'm not going to try and talk them down. Because, yeah. And then at that point, I'm going to see if I can find any magical items in this same shop that would suit my needs. Anything interesting he might have.
Cape of billowing.
Cape of billowing.
I know what I want, but that's me metagaming.
That cool aesthetic stuff. That's what everyone really wants.
Well, yeah, it's
Um,
cool aesthetically, and it does amazing shit.
Yeah, most of the stuff you see here, it does look like they have a couple like wands for sale. Um, Mostly a rather impressive array of potions, as far as you can tell. Well, actually, just let me check. So I actually have this thing. A variety of books that they sell, parchment, and yeah, and beyond that, it's mostly just material components.
What kind of wands do they have?
Let's see here. Wands, ritual book. So you're gonna ask about it?
Yeah.
Because all right, just because I'm saying you can't really necessarily pick it out just by sight. But yeah, you kind of pop in and just kind of ask about the wands. As they kind of look over it, one of the people you talk to is like, we actually have an excellent variety. Some lesser ones that are mostly for show and perhaps even the uninitiated. Some for more established magicians, perhaps like yourself. Some of these basic ones are wands that enhance the ability of War Magics, some that cause a bit of fireworks. We also have, and he kind of pulls out one. I was trying to figure out a picture. This one looks like a bronze rod that's got kind of etched swirls in it that kind of ends at a blue crystal. This one is a very interesting wand that casts an array of arcane bolts that don't miss.
What? I'm interested in the one that shoots bolts that don't miss, and I'm also interested in the one that makes my war magic tougher.
I see.
What?
Well-
What can you tell me about those?
Well, the one that we have here, the Wand of the War Mage, basically, pull up this app, figure out what level. For this one, it's quite interesting. When you use this wand, and it's a relatively basic wand as far as you can tell, but it's got some runes of actually dwarven script, it looks like. Whilst using this wand as a focus for your magics, your natural control of magic is slightly improved for those wonderful ranged spells that evokers love so much. In addition, the magic you use tends to arc a little bit. It has a bit of a mind of its own and likes to steer itself towards living targets. Basically meaning that those who are partially obscured will gain no benefit from such protection.
Very nice. That seems very interesting. I was more leaning towards something that would make it harder to resist my spells. I don't generally do targeting spells of that nature. So, unfortunately, that would be something that I would not be interested in.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. But yes, I suppose that makes sense. Such magics are common for war mages, and it takes a very special kind of wizard, given the fragility of the profession, to wade into combat, such as that.
Yep.
Still, yes, the wand here that produces magic missiles, is that more your speed?
That is something that I think I would have some use for.
Excellent.
How much would that be?
This one is a very beneficial item. If you don't purchase it, well, it would be easy enough to find another buyer. I could sell it for 750, though he kind of looks you up and down. I suppose as a former hedge myself, I suppose I could let it go for 550.
Old. I like that.
Excellent. Well, is there anything else I can get for you?
I was wondering if I could commission you to be on the lookout for something. For future purchases and things of that nature.
Well, that's quite interesting.
I'm hoping to find something that would make it harder for people to resist my spells. And if that's something that you can be on the lookout for, I would definitely purchase it next time I'm in town. I'm in this town quite frequently. And do you have any idea of how much it would cost so that we can work on an arrangement?
Well, you're not the first person to ask for items such as this. The hard part is the natural stalwartism of spells comes with the inner strength of the caster, which means it's very difficult for an item of magic in and of itself to produce the necessary meta magic in order to provide such an effect, at least without it being something of truly legendary quality. Or at the very least, it's an exceptionally rare item.
Yeah.
I suppose your better bet, being a wizard, judging by your clothing and the book you're toting around, is perhaps more so an item that would enhance your native intellect. That would be a indirect but still yet effective way of achieving the same result. And
if
of course,
if that's
it
something
has
I
other
could do,
benefits.
that would be very interesting indeed.
Yes.
Well,
Well, I don't have any items like that here. It is something that mages in this town are known to possess from time to time, however.
Yeah.
So, I suppose if I come up with something, I would certainly allow you to find it, but when it comes up, it's a pretty hot seller.
okay. So, in that case, how about this? How about I check in with you once a week? Do you mind if I use a spell to do that?
Ah, I see. You must be referring to a telecommunications spell.
Yes, I know. I just recently learned a spell that lets me do that. And if I check in with you once a week and you say you have it and I am nearby, I can swing by and come grab it. But if I am not nearby, you can go ahead and sell it and wait until the next time I'm around. Does that sound fair to you?
I suppose that could work. Alternatively, if you wished, we could... Well, you could either go ahead and pay up front the cost, or even just a consignment fee to hold the item until such time, and then you could pay, say, half now and then half later. Alternatively, I could ask around and see if I could locate such an object for you, though I would take a 10% commission on top of the price.
I'm definitely okay with you asking around, seeing if you can find it.
Excellent. Then
How
I
much
will...
would such an item be cost?
Well, it really depends. For an item such as that, it could be 500, 700, 800 gold. It really just kind of depends. But certainly no more than 1,000.
Okay.
Though closer for a headband of intellect, it's an uncommon magic item.
I'm just like, double it. 3,000.
This makes him say, it's like, what are you talking about?
I
It's
was like,
Alex,
higher.
were you...
Pump up
He's
those
like,
numbers.
no. Although I should, because the idea that a headband of intellect is an uncommon magic item is freaking stupid. Other than, I guess, the fact that, yes, I think every mage and, like, their brothers and sisters would, like, try and craft one of these things as soon as possible.
I imagine they're banned
Well-
from like tests in school. It's like, no headbands
Yep.
of intellect.
Honestly, what I
Calculators.
originally
There's
wanted,
a drawer in a principal's office somewhere chock full of them.
honestly, what I originally wanted was the wizard hat, which is a common item.
Oh, well, you should have
But-
asked that. That's easy.
Do you have a pointy
Yes,
hat?
but I'm not going to metagame that.
Oh, well, no. Like, Caleb knows that those things exist.
But yes,
And, like, they have a collection of them here. It's just, I thought you were talking about, like, a staff or a wand that gives you, like, a +1 or +2 to your spell save DC.
that was secondary.
I was like, no. You're not getting that, and you're sure as hell not getting it at level 5.
All right, I'm going in for a hat. Do you have any wands of power? No.
I only have one piece of the Rod of Power.
But yes, that was secondary whenever you said there wasn't anything interesting. I was like, well, fine.
Well, here's the truth, though. When I say not anything interesting, I mean, like, really expensive. Because
Okay.
here's the deal. I'm not going to sit here and go down the list of the 40 items that they have. I mean,
Well-
don't get me wrong. I fully intend to program a procedural generator to generate that shit.
You need to find yourself a nice haberdasher.
Well, in that
Yeah.
case, yes, I want a wizard hat.
Yes, 75 gold pieces. Easy.
Okay,
I'll just make you a headband of intellect at 10th level.
sure, go ahead.
In
I will
7
probably
years.
have 20 intellect by then.
It'll dumb you down. I'll use it.
You only get one ASI till then, so
10
level
right.
5.
Okay, 12th level. How about that? But yes, I will buy that, and then that is all my money.
What's the wizard hat look like?
Is it pointy?
Yeah, well, you get a choice. You can either get blue, purple, gray, or yellow. And it's like a standard kind of wide-brimmed, frumpy, like sorting hat, though not nearly so rugged. And it's made of kind of like a thick, almost like furniture weight fabric.
Oh, hell yeah.
I will take the gray one.
Hell yeah, dude.
With this big old. The yellow one looks so cool though.
Probably does, but then I'll stand out.
This big ass Curious George hat going on.
Yep.
That's great.
Yeah. And it's like when you pick like the gray one, the guy goes, "Of course, I don't know why I bothered making the yellow one. It's been sitting here forever."
I can't dye it. It's
Uh,
magical.
Yes.
Yeah. But yes,
Oh, well, I'm sure
Thank
I'll
you
find
very much.
some wizard young lady will come through and it'll just match her robes and it'll be so perfect.
that is probably going to happen eventually. There's something for everyone somewhere.
That's true.
But yes, let me go ahead and take off 75 gold.
You just wanted a wizard hat, and you went on a 45-minute encounter for it.
He needs to be more specific about what he's asking for. When he says this is Dungeons and Dragons, man, something interesting could mean a whole hell of a lot.
I'm looking for
Either
something
way.
boring and plain. I got this hat. Cool. Is it gray? Absolutely.
Well, I
I'm
also
in.
got a freaking wand.
It's a wand of magic missile.
Yes.
I know. That's a really nice object to have at 5th level, you little shithead.
That anyone can use.
Yep.
That is also true. Does not require
Even the barbarian.
even the
Good.
Bobs.
But anyways, much appreciated. Thank you very much. And I'm going to be heading out now.
If I use the Wand of Magic Missile and I give it +1, does that mean each magic missile gets +1?
It automatically hits.
No, I know, but +1 damage.
Yeah, so it gives +1 damage.
Yeah, I can give like if
I don't know.
using it as an artificer. Because my magic gun,
Your walking gun.
my magic gun. No, it's stupid. What ability? It's artillerist. Arcane firearm.
Yeah, anyway, so you depart.
I'm going back to the house. Changing forms halfway there and then going back to normal Kaylin when I get back to the house.
Izal,
Yo.
after collecting a large amount of food, you're carrying the crate, heading towards the Adventurers Hall, the massive castle that dominates the center of this district, only a block or so north of the Wyvern Square, where you are currently located. So, as you kind of press forth, you head over the large stone bridge with the moat and green space that surrounds the fortress, and then head into the familiar bailey filled with all kinds of adventurers kind of chilling out, trying to decide what they're going to do next. A few over off to the side with the really large kind of message board, just kind of pulling out, looking at sheets. And then the blacksmith and kind of other Adventures Guild sanctioned professionals that have shops right here in the Bailey. Where is it you would like to go?
I'll go out to the counter, see who's working today. Like to visit like once a day or so.
Okay. So you head up and get a female, a dwarf, much like yourself. And she kind of looks you down. She's got golden hair similar to yourself.
She might be related.
But brown eyes.
That's fine.
And you see kind of tattoos that go up her neck and like knot work. She's definitely a hill dwarf from the south, similar perhaps like the Silver Mountains or something like that up near Summerness or Sanum, that kind of area. Like one of the Silverbeard folk type, something like that. But she kind of looks you down and is like, all right, what can I do for you?
Well, I was coming to double check on some of the type of jobs that might be available. We just came from one of the islands up north, and there was a rumor that there were some bandits and some mutilated cattle. I'm not sure those are still available. Those are two different ones, though.
Oh, well, we have quite a lot actually here. One moment, kind of goes through and you hear like the rustling of chains as she pulls like 3 large ledgers and kind of sets them down, slides one off to the side. This appears to just be like they get a stack of papers and then just very quickly kind of stitch them together with a leather cover and just kind of go and she starts flipping through loose leaf papers. Cattle mutilations, you said. Where exactly would that have been again?
Let me look up here.
Hey, I think I got it here. Auchenfirth.
That one.
Does that sound right? Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, cattle mutilations near Auchenfirth. Well, we haven't received any notifications that anyone's taken it, so it looks like it's still up for grabs.
All right. And what's the one about some bandits that are increase in area Ellen? Some bandits.
Oh, aye, yeah, one of the local jobs. Well, we have bandits that hit around from time to time. Mostly these rash of break-ins more on the northern side, first and second wards. People breaking into rich people's houses, stealing quite a bit of shite, and then disappearing. Some of the local guards have been working through the sewers, thinking they're using that for transportation, as it seems they seem to disappear below ground almost immediately after performing the heist. But managed to find nothing in the sewers so far, so hunting bandits, good idea, especially if you're able to recover any stolen goods that you find. You also earn a percentage of the value of any stolen goods recovered, should you find one of their treasure hoards. And then also, if you manage to either kill or arrest anyone of sufficient station in the guild, there's a kicker for that as well.
All right. I understood there was a shipping company out of Isgarth that was having that they went missing. There was rumors that it was that Dread Pirate that was involved. Has there been any development about that since it's come out?
You're talking about the Grim Vein. Well, he's always attacking ships.
So we're pretty sure it's him.
Well, it matches his MO. I mean, he tends to stick to the southern and southeastern area of the island, as far away from the capital as they can. At least there, the council members in the Ethenium are much less likely to do anything about it at that point. On occasion, they send one of the sky ships down south to just kind of have a look-see, but they never find anything.
Alright, that's good to know that the developments. My guild just got into town a little while ago, so they'll be trying to take out that whole cattle issue, and maybe some of those bandit problems. I'm not officially taking it on yet. I gotta confer with everyone else though.
Alright. Well, was there something else kind of action that you were looking for?
Has there been any reports coming in from any work that's been completed by S&M? They're just 3 letters.
Yes. That sounds familiar, as it was a rather interesting name. And he kind of she reaches down and pulls out yet another ledger, and just kind of sits it and kind of flips through. Looks as though we got notification that you finished a rather large job. Quite good for a local merchants guild here in town. Looks like the contract was originally taken privately, and it looks like you guys had already been contracted before the official posting date, which is fine, no big deal. We can, backdate that, no problem. And looks like based on the glowing reviews you've got and the value of the contract and the individuals in question, looks as though someone has ranked up.
Oh, that's great. I didn't even know there were ranks involved.
Oh, so there are certain kinds of jobs that will offer you things that we know that are particularly dangerous, such as dragons or so up in the mountains, things like that. We won't even bother offering you those jobs. So as you complete more difficult sort of things and prove yourself as individuals of trust, then that affects what kind of jobs you are eligible for here at the guild.
Ah, I didn't know that. Everyone in our guild will be very excited about that.
Yes, so especially with the completion of this particular guild, That is very good to know. So that means in the future, if individuals like other merchant guilds, for example, are looking for similar work, they might contact the guild and ask for people they know who have done similar work, and that means your name ends up on the list.
Oh, that's good. So it's gonna say S&M recommendation.
Well, the awesome.
Oh, good. Really, the whole thing works together a lot better than just the three ones.
Well, yes. Strictly speaking, it kind of goes over our character limit to kind of write it all out. Plus, I mean, I get it's funny, and truthfully, most people come up with their guild names when they're drunk, so it's not as if this thing is kind of unusual. But I think it's a good thing that you're going by the shortened definition.
It's a shame they were stone sober when it happened.
Oh, well, in that case, if you ever wish to amend the name, you just let me know.
Think on it. Do you happen to know any areas that we might be able to get like a weapon enchanted? I've got one that I've been using for a while, and I know you can buy ones that are a little bit tougher, but it's got sentimental value. It's not magical in any way. I just liked it to be,
Well, there are some spellcrafters up in the Ethenium and the Lycium Arcana in the first ward.
Mm-hmm.
They are interesting folk, and most likely will charge you a rather hefty sum. But we do have some retainers here with the guild on staff, not quite so skilled as perhaps those up at the Ethenium, but most of the time they can get the job done, and they do give discounts to members of the guild. It just kind of depends on the kind of work you're looking to do.
Like an enchantment one. I've got a few smart fellas with me as well, but they're usually busy with their own products, so I like to probably ship it out to get it taken care of so someone else can do it for me.
The only thing that I would tell you is that it tends to be just because other people have had it done before. It's much easier to go ahead and get the enchantment done while the item has already been crafted. So by doing the enchanting after the fact, you don't really save any time or money. In fact, it's a little more expensive, but it's definitely doable.
Do you have like a business card I can go and try to get contact with them, or a name?
I have some lists here, and she kind of pulls out and starts writing down some instructions, like directions, and kind of passes them over. Some of them actually pay for position here in the fortress. So if you go through the main hall outside the gate here, and then go off down to the right, you'll find a spiral staircase. Can't miss it. There's tons of people coming in and out. There's actually a whole floor beneath us that is nothing but shops for adventurers. Mostly professionals, woodworkers, blacksmiths, enchanters, people who pay good money to keep their shops right here for direct access to customers.
Oh, that's good to know. I'll go take a look at it. Oh, thanks for the help. What was your name? I haven't seen you in here when I've come in normally at different hours.
Oh, I'm one of those nomadic types. I work here, and then they ship me off to Isgard, and they might ship me off to Farmorden, and then they ship me off to Avedon. I just kind of go where I'm more or less needed. But Moira is the name.
Nice to meet you. I'm Isol. The name's on the top of most of the paperwork. But it's a pleasure to meet you.
Just out of curiosity, Isol, that wouldn't be like one of the Moradun, would it? Of the House of Zella.
Yeah, Isol Zella. Yeah. The whole
I
thing.
see.
down here.
I wasn't
doing-
aware they named a new one.
Well, it's more of a go out and prove it kind of deal, and as long as they don't really know about it, it's none of their business.
Ah, well, I don't. Mostly, I've heard stories. I'm kind of going through them. I'm actually from the Silver Mountains up near Summerness, a place
Oh.
called a foundry. There, I believe we had a Zella come through
Oh,
a couple
yeah.
centuries back.
Yeah,
They
he,
kill a dragon.
there's a blue dragon that was made an encampment deep in the mountains. Sure.
Aye. My mother and father were some of the people that were actually saved. So,
Well, yeah, that was my grandfather. They had a cat person with them, a human, and a elf was with them.
right, cat person. I remember that. A person, were tiger or something like that.
That's a different cat person, but they were the same. There was two cat people actually. The were tiger person was had an issue with running when he wasn't supposed to, but yeah. that
Wait,
was
so
us.
the other cat person, was that like a familiar? Because if I understand, you had a
literally a-
spellcaster in the party as well.
No, though there was a cat person that could do that as like a familiar, but it was always a bird. But then my grandfather had one that was never a cat. But the cat person was River, who was they call it Tabaxi, an actual person that like a cat. And then there was the were tiger person that the stories was, and then there was the familiar summoning one. That was a bird though. That was a raven. No. Yeah, that was my grandfather in the group. The golden Hands of the Golden Forge. I think they're in town, aren't they?
Aye, yeah, I
Gilbis.
saw. I thought. I thought the symbol looked familiar.
Yeah, I pull out Max. Is this one? Branded
Ah.
on it.
Aye, I've seen that symbol on boats in the harbor. Well, then it seems like another adventurer in the family.
Hopefully, we're as successful as they are too. They save some kingdoms and cities as well. Off to a decent start, I think. Might have to start
Right.
turning it up. Is Frigga going to be here later tonight?
Frigga. Yes, she will be. Had a bit of a late night, so I don't think her shift starts for about another 2 or 3 hours. But I think it's a short night for her, because she's kind of done 16 days straight. So she's kind of hit her union mandated off time.
Oh, it's good to know. I'll pull out 2 exotic fruits. Like, it's wrapped up. Like, could you, if she comes in for a shift, can you give this to her, and I'll hand one over to her as well. Like, this one's for you. Make sure that she gets it.
Alright, I'll go ahead and I'll put it in her locker.
All right, I'm gonna go and tell the rest of BDASNM about the good news.
DBASNM.
Look, S&M's really the part that I'm trying to avoid the whole thing. So, yeah. The dumb story behind that. Alright, nice meeting you. I'm gonna go check out probably the enchanted people. Bye. I walk off.
Have a great day. Alright. So, anyone else wanting to handle anything? Or are you guys returning to the house?
I still need to go to the Ethenium to get my staff.
Staff.
You could do your stuff.
Yeah, do your stuff. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Just hopping around, it's fine.
Yeah. Just making notes because we've dropped a whole bunch of NPC names. Okie dokie. So, Arthur, after finding a somewhat secluded spot to swap out of your sea rags and into your Capdon accoutrement, you head southwest from your current position, out from Ward 2, I believe is this ward, into Ward 1, where all of a sudden that is not what I was looking to open up, into a district where the buildings suddenly start becoming much taller, 4, 5, 6, in some cases even 7 stories. Everything starts taking on kind of like this fantasy Disney aesthetic, where some of the buildings you assume must have been crafted with magic because you're not sure any stonemason, dwarven or otherwise, would be able to make buildings do quite what they're doing here. It's a series of kind of these small clusters of row houses and such, where you pass along a street underneath an arch into another neighborhood, and dotted with gardens and noble villas and small little keeps. All in all, this is definitely where money is in the city. Yes.
Money.
So, before long, you pass into a section of an area known as the Lycium Arcana and the Ethenium, which is, you were under the impression that this was a school, and it more or less is, but it's more like a campus where there are large numbers of wizard schools and guild halls that exist, interspersed with private laboratories and homes of archmaguses and other practitioners, and shops wherein a variety of students and staff are able to flit about and collect anything they require. You do find grocery stores and jewelry stores, several places that sell magical ingredients, and another place that sells furniture, one that surprisingly enough sells broomsticks and other related kind of bits and bobs. And as asking around, some of the people kind of regard you, but after taking a look at your obviously noble attire, kind of point you off down. And off one of the major thoroughfares, you find a small 2-story building, very kind of narrow in width, that as you kind of pass in, there is a variety of woodworks here. There are staves, both basic and like wizard type staves, quarter staves. There's even collections of wands and other sorts of wooden objects, bowls and such, whose purpose and use you're not entirely sure exists other than the obvious. But as you kind of step in, there is a human gentleman with kind of short silver hair and blue eyes that glow just a little bit from the light, who wears these kind of blue and gray robes, similar in color to your own, who kind of makes his way over to you and kind of bows a little bit. Ah, good day, good sir. And what is it I can help you out with? Perhaps some of my wares?
I was told to come here to see if I can improve on this. And Arthur holds out his staff, quarterstaff. I recently learned that I can use Druid Magics and need a Druid Staff.
I see. Ah, well, a Druid Staff. Are you looking for something just more ceremonial or something magical in nature?
I don't know. But we can start with both.
Right. Are you hoping to go with a sort of naturalist druid aesthetic or something more functional?
Let's go with functional.
I see. Well, we can have a variety of options here. and he kind of gestures you over to this kind of rack, which just has a series of staves, like quarter staves and such, that's just kind of up on the wall. Variety of woods, dark wood, willow, variety of oaks and ashes, and then some that look like kind of a gray wood that's actually slightly reflective of light, and just kind of gestures. These are relatively simple, but they will do the job.
The ash stabs. What color ashes are those? Are they ash?
Well, yes, we actually have a variety of ashes. Some of these are your typical blonde ash, along with these darker ashes. We also have an albino ash, and this one is a shaldric ash. It only grows in the southernmost part of this area of the archipelago.
You said an albino ash. Like, is it like a light albino? Is it a dark albino? Is
Well,
it a white albino?
it's very similar to the common white ash, except as you'll notice, the tone is much more of a bone color. Whereas white ash tends to look a bit more yellow-gray, this is much more moon white.
So you don't have a white ash staff.
Well, I do, but none quite so simple as this one. Are you looking for very specifically white ash?
Oh no, it just sounds interesting. I feel like if I could throw around the term white ash staff as many times as possible, I would feel better about myself. But it doesn't.
I see. It does roll off the tongue in a certain manner.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like ash staff.
it is, of course, a variant of white ash. So, if you wish to use a less pretentious name, one could call it white ash. But for a discerning member such as yourself to have traveled all this way, I wanted to be very clear as to what it was you were purchasing.
So that's a bone ash staff, but it's a variant of white ash staff.
Yes, it is a type of white ash, just not the average run-of-the-mill basic bitch white ash staff.
Oh, okay. So are you saying the white ash staff is a basic bitch staff?
Well, for a discerning gentleman such as yourself to have traveled all this way when there are many other places one could purchase such a staff in town, I imagine you are one of means and one who demands a certain quality.
Sure. Can I see this bony white ash staff and your actual white ash staff, please?
Oh, of course. And he kind of takes the albino ash staff and then kind of walks back a little bit, kind of opens up kind of a cabinet and pulls out a couple others. There is one that's a white ash, and as he said, it's kind of a yellow-gray color, and it's very thin, or not really thin, but like ridiculously straight. It's kind of weird. And then he's got another one, which is a little bit more natural. It's got some curves and whips in it. This one appears to have been made from white ash heartwood. And so it feels a little more dense than you would think. And it's got like a very smooth kind of texture to it. And it's also got these little mithril caps on the top and bottom to kind of prevent the wood from splintering from the ends.
Wow, these are very what's the word, Red? Or
Inept.
I don't think that's what we're going for.
Well, I do have higher quality items, perhaps something magical, if that is what you're looking for.
What is the range of this? And Arthur kind of like puts his hand like over the table over the 3 that you pulled out. So what is that? What are we looking at for prices here?
Well, some of the more simple ones, even such as the Albino Ash here, those that were in the front, they are quite nice, but not overly expensive, really. So, well, most of their value is in the wood type, of course. But for that, we could run perhaps a gold piece on the upper end. Some of the other ones, like this nicer natural white ash that has the mithril bindings with the little gemstones and engravings, that would run you closer to 5 gold pieces. Mostly just because of the mithril. That is not cheap.
Arthur is like trying to think back to like how Gorbeck would act in this situation. It is like, what is the magical ones that you have available to you?
Well, we have a variety depending on the type of magical enchantment you're looking for. Are you looking for something that is purposefully used to cast spells? Or are you just looking for something that has an enchantment upon it?
Tell me about both of them. Let's just figure them both out. I'm pattering in Druidic Magics in the 4th circle, and need more information about these white ash staffs that you have.
I see, of course. Well,
He like looks back at Red and is like, like
well, if you're interested in something that lies closer to the 4th circle and below, we do have some options. Any of these staffs, for the right price, can have enchantments placed upon them. Simple ones that could perhaps make bird calls or sprout flowers or something similar as that. But if you're looking for something that already has an enchantment, well, let me show you what I have. And he kind of gestures you back to this very long glass display case and gestures to a series of staff that are kind of laid out on like purple kind of crushed velvet, and kind of says, this is a variety of magical staffs I keep just in case. This one here in the front, the one that is the white ash that you see, that has the moonstone banding there, this is called a sky blinder. It's a relatively uncommon enchantment, but still useful. More specifically, what this does is it enhances the natural offensive capabilities of your magic while using it. Additionally, it creates a sort of light effect that disadvantages creatures that are flying towards you. Making it this particular one. Let's see, it is of a relatively basic magical nature, so
7 million.
we'll say 500 gold pieces for the Skyblinder. Some of the other ones we have, like that make the bird calls or flowers or such like that, those are relatively basic enchantments. Those can be added to any staff that you wish here for a measly 50 gold coins.
No, I'm looking for something that already has the enchantment.
I see. I do have some higher end magic items. You know, I do have one. It doesn't come in white ash, however, but it is a staff that you might be able to use, especially if you're dealing with Druid Magics, that has the power to transfigure itself into a serpent. Is that something that would interest you?
That thing's gonna turn itself into a snake. Sorry.
It does,
It
indeed.
just becomes a snake. Is that all it
Indeed.
does, though?
Well, yes, but the snake is animate and follows your every will, and it does secrete poison, making it very useful in the event you need a little helping hand.
Okay, well. Back to the Skyblinder.
Indeed.
This one looks fun.
It is fun, indeed. Certainly a bit unique. There's not too many, I would say, that would walk around with an item such as this, but it is certainly flashy.
Well, yes, it's a blinding item. I would imagine it's pretty flashy. But I seem to like this one, so...
The Skyblinder?
Yes.
I see.
The white ash staff that's of sky blinding. It's a blinding white ash staff. Almost like you should call it a full moon.
I suppose you could. Indeed.
I think I'm going to
So-
call it full moon. Yes, can I get the full moon white ash staff, please?
Of course, of course. As previously stated, this one will be 500 gold pieces.
Ah, that's easy to do. Arthur goes into his handy haversack and pulls out the excess gold from his coin purse and is just like funneling gold onto the table because he doesn't have like anything to nicely and neatly put it there. He's like, so, pocket change really. It's there we go. And then, yes, that one, and here. I think that's enough to cover the cost.
And you see him just kind of trace a little magical pattern, and his eyes kind of flit a little bit. Yes, and his hand goes over it, and you see the coins just kind of shimmer and disappear. That looks correct. And kind of reaches in the back of the display case and pulls out the Skyblinder staff and sets it down.
All right, I am removing 500 gold from my inventory. And
Does it hurt?
It hurts a little. It hurts a little. Because that's like 4 adventures worth of gold at this point.
Work for them magic items, buddy.
Yeah.
Work for them.
Yeah. Cool. And then I will add, I guess, is it called the Skyblinder?
Yeah, Skyblinder staff. Uncommon magic item. So,
Add that into my inventory.
woo! Congrats.
I finally have a magic item.
That's true, you do.
Got yourself
And a
stick.
white ash staff.
It's a white ash staff. I'm so excited.
Should have just denied it the whole time.
I have a white ash staff. Okay. Well, Red, is there anything you would like? Great. Thank you. I think that's
Are you quite certain, my friend? You, might I guess, are an invoker. Fire is your stock in trade. I have some things that might interest you.
Is he talking to me? You know he's a
No, he's talking to Volred.
I was like,
Or perhaps you delve a little deeper into necromancy. There is, of course, no judgment here. I have certain items there that might also be interest of you.
No.
I see. Well then, should you change your mind, you know where to find me. The name is Cassian Arbogast, and I certainly hope you will return.
Thank you.
If you
My
guys
pleasure.
ever be named like Dave.
I tried that
Thomas.
once, but it
That
seems
was
like
Dave.
every guy I give a regular name, like Craig, you guys end up wanting to kill.
Craig was mine. Sean and I named Craig.
I allowed it though. I allowed it.
but
Craig.
he was trying to beat up Spud.
It was just dumb.
There you go, guys. Go ahead and put in your votes for how to spell Cassian Arbogast.
Oh Jesus!
Okay.
I'm going with a K. You gonna go with K?
C-A...
Cassian. What? Nah. Put an E in there.
What was the last name?
Arbogast.
Arbogast.
I'm very curious.
There's some similarities.
What?
Outside, I
Are you
forgot that.
even trying, Red?
No.
Did you read it, though?
I did. Oh.
Cash me outside. I forgot that. I like it. New NPC.
That
Let's put that one in my game. Just call him Cash.
Eric,
Ah.
Eric, that makes no sense.
Fucking look like
That makes no
Crayon.
sense.
Oh boy, Cassian
Hi.
Arbogast. The last name, I feel, should have been spelled harder. That was too easy on that last name.
What?
That's phonetic. You rarely do phonetic.
That is true. That is true.
First name, you fooled us with that Y, jerk.
You should have known better, though.
None of us got a Y in ours.
Yeah, I know. That's why I looked at it and go, wow. Nope. You guys got pretty creative with the last names, though. I guess I gotta give you guys that.
We have to be creative.
You know what would be better, Jace? If somehow we could figure out a way to do a poll, like Jackbox Party, where each of you guys can put in an answer and have the people in chat vote. And then I can, we can...
Yeah, but
Go
the
ahead and
chat
put
would
in there
always
which
be
one.
wrong.
Chat would always be wrong. But the point is make it interactive. That would be fun.
It would be fun.
We could do it. It would require some mod interaction to it. But we could set polls up for every time you do someone's name.
Yeah.
None of us
This
get
dang
it right.
stream gonna be voting names.
It'd be like everyone puts their answer, and then the bottom answer is none of the above. It's everyone always votes that. one.
No, you can't do that because everyone would always pick none of the
They'd
above.
always be right.
Those guys can only vote on what you guys put in as options.
And whoever gets the most votes.
Who gets the most?
That's what it
consonants
is.
correct.
Yes. Yes. So, with that, Izal, you're going to go delve beneath the castle to talk to some peeps.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and handle that after break, though, because it is time. So, for those of you who are here, feel free to come back in about 15 minutes or so, where we'll see what Izal gets up to and what these chucklefucks decide to do next.
White ash. Staff.
What do you mean chuckle fuck?
My white ash staff.
What about your white ass?
You're going to do your...
Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. On the carnival till the rest go home. Now I only see you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. When we should stop, we go further. Didn't even notice that it rained all summer. When we should stop, we go further. Didn't even notice that. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. My lipstick on your white shirt collar.
Eric's dead.
We killed him.
We were looking for a replacement.
Let's
Couldn't
take
find
over this
one.
raid.
Ah, shit, he's just sleeping.
Yeah.
That's my
Okay.
job.
More Dr. Pepper.
Get some cocaine after a while. Hell yeah.
Cocaine.
Or maybe Art can pass me some of that Azure Leaf.
No, that'll put you to sleep.
But yeah.
Don't do that when you're tired, man. You go to sleep.
Yeah.
I can't wait to find out that it's all got some kind of poison fruit or whatever, and just throw all of that.
I made a
And
fruit salad.
Yeah, just sets the stuff in the kitchen and forgets to tell everyone. And
I get it
Gander's like,
mixed
wow,
up.
this stuff is really good. And just starts eating a whole bunch of it. And it's like, all right, Gander, roll me a constitution save. Awesome. You take 12d8 poison damage.
Well, the thing is, Gander would probably be okay. The rest of the party, not so much. Gander and I are pretty stout on that type of stuff. The party does not handle it like we do.
Yeah, I have a +5 and advantage.
Yeah, we're pretty good against that kind of thing. I made a fruit
Cool.
medley.
You take
I don't know which fruit
5
was what.
Kalim's worth of damage.
Oh, well, that would actually kill me.
It would.
That would
Just like
actually
Izal did it, she
murder
finally
me.
did it. Speaking of Izal, you were traveling underground
Go get
to go and see a person about an axe and some magic dust.
See a man about a horse. But also a magic getting an axe enchanted. Yeah, that's true. What magic dust? I don't remember. Well, I mean, if they got it, I'm not gonna say no. But
Okie
options.
dokie. So, you head underground, and just as the attendant, Mora, Iron Fury, told you, as you pass down beneath, there is a kind of underground section that is kind of like it's kind of like those kind of outlet malls where there's just a whole bunch of stores like packed really close to one another. Really tall ceilings, however. So as you move through, there's a group that specializes in leather, another one with woodworking. You lose track on how many different smithies. Some that looks as though they make buckles and latches and stuff. Another one that seems to make chests. Some make armor, some make weapons, and the weapon merchants all seem to have their own specialty. There are elves and dwarves and humans and a whole smattering. As after you follow the instructions,
I want to do the Robert Downey Jr. meme and just intake the smell like, oh, leather and blacksmithing. So good.
Yep.
All right, on to the deals.
and also the smell of bituminous coal as well. So you
Hell
got that
yeah.
carbon with a little bit of sulfur in it. They're like, oh, that's unclean stuff.
Takes me home.
Yep. It's funny. That's the kind of stuff you let the smoke go up in the air, a bird flies through the plume, just goes,
Poor fucking bird.
and just dies.
2 birds, 1 smoke.
Yes. So you make your way kind of farther back from these kind of ramshackle pop-up professionals into sections that seem to have more indoor shops instead of outdoor ones. These are buildings or rooms that are kind of made as part of the integral structure of the castle above. And so the archways seem to get much larger and taller here. You'll find one that appears to be the building in question. It's nondescript. Just a few display windows kind of on the outside that are kind of ruddy from the soot that just kind of inhabits the area. So you can't really see that well inside other than what looks like some undulating, multicolored lights that seem to just kind of sparkle in and around the area. No sign of any kind on the outside either.
Can I wander to where an opening maybe? Hello?
Just kind of walking through.
Looking for an enchanter. Anybody?
As you kind of step in, up above there are what kind of looks like a sea monster. That skeleton has been articulated and kind of hangs up in the ceiling above you, and there are a variety of books and crystals and such that goes off to the side. You see a glass, a large cabinet that's like metal bound with glass fronts that are locked. with large jars of multicolored like powder or crystal, um, kind of like it almost kind of looks like they might be like a colored sugar, but as you kind of walk through, the light hits them and they kind of sparkle a little bit. Um, as you enter, a man kind of pops his head out. Older, you assume, like perhaps late 30s, early 40s. Kind of shoulder length hair, just kind of a little ratty. But he wears a relatively nice, like white linen shirt and kind of a leather doublet that is purple, like a dark purple in color, with kind of some silver thread. And he kind of steps out. Yes. Can I help you?
I was directed down here because there might be someone who's capable of enchanting already forged weaponry.
I am one who possesses similar skills. Among many things, I do for some. Who did you say sent you?
Moira, up top. She pointed me down here.
Moira. One of. I forget exactly what they call them.
The employees at the adventure.
The clerks. I believe they call them clerks.
I think employee would work fine. Clerk seems kind of derogatory.
Yes, indeed. One of those people. Anyway, so she directed you to me.
Well, down here, I figure the first one to come out is probably very confident in what they can do. You're the first one to really answer.
Yes. Anyway, so you said you require some work.
Some enchanting done, yes. I've got a bit of a smart fella in our group that we have that typically would enchant my weapon for me, but he's going to divert his focus on other things, is what he told me, and I'm going to have to look elsewhere for at least a temporary boost. So I pull out the axe, like, this one's already forged, and as far as trying to reforge anything, good luck trying to find someone who can smelt down adamantine forged by Nazer. But I'm looking for some type of ability that might hone the edge where it keeps it and cuts through things as effectively as, strong magical enchantment might be.
Well, in terms of magical enchantments, post-construction, that is one of the easier ones to imbue, as it's mostly just about power in that case. So, easy enough. Let's see. It is
Have you
kind of...
Have you worked with adamantine before? Because I hear it's pretty resilient to a lot of things.
Yes, it is. From what I can tell, that appears to be relatively pure stuff. It doesn't exactly take enchantments nearly as well as steel, and not so nearly as well as mithril. But I suppose that would depend on its origin. Sometimes adamantium is a mix of adamantite. Sometimes they mix it with cold steel, other times regular steel, other times mithril. So it simply depends on the purity and particular vaniosity of the adamantite that they used in the smelting. I suppose you don't really know one way or another.
No, this was a passed down relic from a grandfather, and I doubt he knew anything about the process of it. They probably wooed him over with the fact that it was just a neat looking axe. You could welcome to take a look at it if you'd like. He got it up in Summerness.
Summerness. All right. And kind of takes it and holds it. Well, certainly of dwarven make. I can tell that as much. And kind of comes over towards the back. Feel free to follow. And kind of sets it down on kind of this stone table that's got runes carved into it. And just kind of picks up a variety of, looks like pieces of glass and crystal that he just kind of like, and there are multiple colors, so he kind of holds up one, and then kind of holds up another, and then kind of overlays some of the crystal, and is kind of looking in and out. Yes, all right. Well, this particular bit is just mixed with regular steel. Not that that's particularly surprising. But still, it's not as if that makes it harder or anything. It just means it's about as difficult as we assume it is. So, a simple, basic fortification enchantment to help that edge stay a little harder, dig a little deeper,
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
that kind of thing. Something that might be able to cut something that's not exactly physical all the time, or more resilient to basic blows.
Yeah. Yes, as there are a variety of creatures out in the world that have a certain resistance to regular weapons.
Elementals.
Well, elementals, spirits, quite a few things, actually. Well, it should be simple enough. The process here probably will take 400 gold pieces and probably about 4 days' work.
I was worried about the time. I figured it'd probably take about that long.
I can get it done faster, but it'll cost you more.
I could definitely take care of that as far as cost goes. I don't know if we have any extenuating circumstances that require us to get it done faster at the moment.
Right. Well, I can shave a day off for about 250 gold extra, and I can do that up until twice, so that would run you 900 if you want it done in 2 days. But honestly, with how basic an enchantment this is, I know that realistically you don't save much money. You could probably buy a whole new weapon for not much more than that, but if it's got sentimental value...
I
well,
like the fact that it's made out of something that's as durable as it is. A strong base is just fun to come by.
Indeed. Take care of it, and it'll last for generations.
It's already down to 2, so let's see if we can get it going longer. As far as just to plot the basic fortification enchantment, is there anything else that you think you'd be comfortable in enhancing it with that I could pay for?
Well, I suppose I have a variety of skill in the creation of magical items. A lot of it just comes down to what sort of enchantment you're looking for and the money and time you're willing to invest. I would note that some of the more complicated enchantments will require objects as part of the crafting. Not everything is so simple as simply filling it with magical energy.
This is probably basic fortifications. Probably what the abjuration school and fortification in that way. I studied a little bit, but not a whole lot. I just know that one's the cool one.
Perhaps the most complicated thing I've ever forged is a frostbrand weapon.
Ooh, that sounds cold.
It is, and the requisite reagents necessary to effect such an enchantment are not easy to find.
Say if I were to get this fortified by you, and I wanted something else done for like a year or so later that might change it a bit. The fact that you're the one that enchanted it, would it be easier for you to go back and redo some of the work, or would it just be as hard as it would be for anyone else to do?
It would be a little bit easier for me, but honestly it comes down to what enchantments are already on there at the time. Something basic like a fortification enchantment is relatively standard magic and can be added to quite easily in the future. If you did something relatively specific, such as a frostbrand or a slayer type weapon, those are very complicated enchantments and often don't work well with other enchantments, and so you kind of would have to choose one or the other.
My biggest issue I tend to have is things being just out of reach from me. Well, like, this axe is wonderful. It's got wonderful versatility.
So
But,
you're
like,
thinking something like a returning,
like if I throw it and it just kind of comes back.
a spell of return, yes.
Like, yeah, something like
It-
that would be great.
It
but-
creates a sort of telekinetic empathic link between you and the weapon. It has to be established first through the standard attunement process. But
That sounds
once
so
that yes, but once that attunement process is performed, a simple gesture of your mental will can have it returned to you. Easy enough.
Would that be something that you could accomplish with this enchantment here with an additional cost without it taking another week?
Well, I suppose that depends. When you say out of reach, how far out of reach are you talking about?
I find it's usually like 10 or so, like I'm pretty quick. I've gotten a lot faster lately. It's just, it always seems to happen where something's just like, if only I could go like 5 more feet or 10 more feet. I could throw a javelin pretty far. I'm not looking for like javelin size range. I'm looking for something just when something pisses me off and like, if only I was a little bit longer of armed.
Yes. So something relatively basic. It's mostly because the size and weight of this weapon, though I'm sure you are capable of chunking it pretty far, that would the amount of energy necessary in order to effectively telekinetic force to a weapon this size is not exactly an easy thing.
So it's like 20 feet. It's about as far as I'd feel comfortable chucking this thing.
Yes. Let's see. There are. Yes, there are enchantments I can do for that. 15 to 20 feet distance is easy enough.
I like
An
the
enchantment, yeah, an enchantment like that, with the existing enhancement. That is an example of something that is a little more difficult. That would probably cost you more in the nature of 2,000 gold pieces and would take me about a week. Though the returning property of the weapon is something that I could add on later if funds and or time is an issue there.
I like the idea of getting it, the ability for it to come back. Is there something I can look for when I'm out doing things that's like a component that you might need that might aid in the process? You know, like a giant magnet? I don't know how magnets work, kind of, but they're kind of magical in their own way.
I suppose.
Just like keep an eye out for it. We do some
Yes,
stupid
one
shit.
moment. And he kind of walks off to a section of bookshelves in the back and just kind of goes,
Just looking around
and then
the shop
grab.
right now.
Yeah, this guy is like, it is weird. Like, he's got some really cool shit. It's kind of like Earthbound, the store, but rework it for magic, and it's just filled with a lot of weird magic shit. And it's weird because, like, you don't see anything that's got like price labels or anything on it. So this is almost kind of like just this guy's private workshop that you just walked into, and it's got the vibe that it's like it's not really a store. But he comes back with this very thin book and just kind of flips through. Yes. there are a couple components that might be able to help out here. One is if you are able to acquire a tuning fork, attuned to the elemental plane of air. Such a thing would allow this to be much easier done. As well as sympathetic steel.
Never heard of
Indeed.
that.
Well, it's sort of a magnetized steel that is two pieces. When they are separate from each other, they will find each other no matter what distance they are apart.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Kind of has the feeling for what we're going for then. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for those things then. I guess for now, we'll just work with the fortification process then. 4 days,
Indeed.
I'll just try to stay in town, I guess, for a little while.
Of course. 4 days, that should work well. All right, and he starts
Making
pulling
the
out
notes for it. Magnetic steel.
sympathetic steel.
I got sympathetic. It's a sub. I've categorized my notes for other
I
notes.
see. And he starts kind of writing down a little bit. And you are?
Isol? Isol
Okay.
Zella. We're with DBA SNM.
An adventurers guild?
Yes.
Okay. And your rank?
Oh shit! What was our rank? And then we just ranked up. They didn't tell us. I don't think they told us what it was.
Don't worry. I'll be able to get that information if I need. Right. Well, and he kind of sets that off to the side. Goes, my name is Godwin Kindwarden. A master enchanter and scholar of the magical arts.
Nice to meet you,
So-
Godwin.
Well, yes, indeed. Um,
I'll
so-
leave the axe to you. Well, like half now, half when it's finished.
yes.
All right. We had what's it? 400 and something. I wasn't paying attention.
We'll call it 400 even.
Right. Hand over. Separate some gold out. 200 in the sack.
Yeah.
There you go.
Picks up. All right. 4 days. Feel free to stop by earlier to check on the progress if you wish.
Will do. You have a lot of cool stuff in here. I'm sure my friends would love to see what you have for sale. Well, good luck. I'll keep an eye out for all the weird stuff.
Generally speaking, though, this is not a store. This is my private workshop. Not that I'm not willing to part with things. Mostly, I provide skill in arcane nature in case adventurers such as yourself either require specific components necessary to defeat dread rituals or enchant weapons, battle certain kinds of monsters, or if you simply require knowledge about a particular kind of creature or location. I am there to provide that sort of information as well.
That's good to know. Well, I'm not from down here, and the weather, for one, is really creepy. Why is it? It was a lot worse when I first got here, and it seems to be like dying down. Is that normal for this time of year?
Yes, particularly in spring and autumn is when the weather seems to be worse. So you, depending on when you arrived, you would have reached the tail end of the summer fall storms. Don't worry, here in... Oh, let's see. Actually, what is the date? Frost roll. Here in about 30, 40 days or so, it should slowly start picking back up, but it'll be a good, probably 2-3 months before it really picks up.
I'll try to avoid the bad weather then. Not a big fan of it. Alright, I'll leave you to your work. And might be hitting you back up for some more information though. That was good to know that you're here.
Yes, well, I tend to prefer my solitude, so I don't get very many visitors, but
So we won't hit you up unless we absolutely need it?
it's fine. I would only state that please don't come to me with stupid questions.
Okay, I'll keep that one in mind.
Then again, I would note that it's an interesting balance between stupidity and gold. So, if you're really high on the stupidity, you might need to come up on the gold a little bit to balance it out. You understand what I mean?
Stupid people gotta pay. Gotcha.
Yes.
Good to know. Well, good luck on your work. I'm gonna go head back and I probably shouldn't be carrying around all these groceries. I don't know if they're supposed to be refrigerated or not. Good luck.
Actually, if you ever require an item like that, I have something.
Oh, son of a... Like it keeps things cold?
Indeed. Very similar to a bag of holding or a handy haversack, except food items placed within them do not spoil.
How much?
400 gold. But seeing as how you've already been such an excellent customer, 300.
Deal.
Works. Okay. And
I
he
love
kind of
that idea.
comes back. It's like a handy haversack, only it's more about the size of like a big old school lunchbox, and it does have a strap.
Cool.
And it's like a thick leather, but it does actually have like metal plates on the outside and kind of a nice little lock and latch.
I pull out 2 of my very rare pearls that are generally valued at 100 gold apiece, and I pull out another small bag full of 100 gold. Will this work?
He kind of takes the pearls. Yes, of course. Every wizard wouldn't mind having a few extra pearls around.
I'd have beat up a bunch of weird Triton people for those.
Is that so?
Oh, I think we got screwed over on a deal when we did it, but seems like a
Well,
good deal then.
if you ever manage to delve any of those deeps again, if you find anything of interest, let me know.
Will do. Seems like a great deal. Alright, I'll subtract these from here and the 100 gold. Yay. I would have put the stuff in the bag.
Okay. Sure enough, you open it up and it's got like this kind of dry ice kind of fog that kind of comes out the edge. And you just kind of start shoving stuff in there. And it feels you, and it's like, it's odd. It's like this weird sensation of like this cold rippling up your hands. But everything fits in there.
Neat. You want this crate?
I'll take it, as if you don't want to carry it around.
If you don't want it, I'll just carry it back to the house. Oh, thanks for the bag. Bye.
And he just kind of gestures you out. As you go to walk, he kind of flicks his wrist and the door opens for you.
Neat. I go back to the house.
Okay. And I think just about everyone is back there by this point, right?
Yeah.
Caleb having extra private time.
Naked. Naked as the day he was born.
You don't know. I haven't had a disguise on.
No. Or
Oh
like
my
you knock
God.
on the door and he's like, wait a minute, don't come in. Don't come in. And it's like, oh my God, what are you doing, Caleb? You open it up and he's just got like magic scrolls everywhere. It's like, I didn't want you to see that. It's
Caleb's
like,
gonna be
I don't
naked
understand.
from now on. We'll never know.
Yeah, he feels like clothes interrupts the absorption of magical knowledge.
It also interrupts arrows, which is what I like.
Well, your robes don't do a very good job of that.
They
Don't
attract,
tell Caleb that.
they attract arrows.
Come up to Mordoon with that had a disguise clothes on, homie.
Fucking freeze your nuts off, man.
I'll just adopt the spell Endure Elements. Too bad it's not in 5th ed.
On my screen, it looks like Gander's frozen.
Shake your head, Gander.
Yep, he's frozen.
I'm frozen.
You froze.
We talked about Endure Elements and look what happens. So I just added a bag of colding. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
I know. I'm letting you guys get all kinds of magic items.
I'm gonna keep
Which
all my
means
fresh
it'll
fruits
be
and
a while
vegetables.
before you get any more.
TPK.
TPK.
He's gonna give us all these magic items just to kill
Well,
us.
this is also a high magic campaign, so
That's true. I
forgot-
did build that. I did build this as a
I
high
have
magic campaign.
A bag of colding. Oh yeah, high magic. Keeps food cold.
Hey, it's not my fault you guys waste your allotment of magic items on that stuff.
On the way home, can I find a bar or something that can sell me like a bottle of cognac?
Yeah, easy enough.
Hell yeah. Just tell me how much to minus. I'm gonna put it in the bag of colding.
Ah, I see. So you're
great
going to
use
have
of the
it
bag of
chilled.
clothing.
Yeah. How much?
Let's see. How much of it do you need?
A good sized bottle.
There we go. Food.
It's like a fine wine.
Yeah, so 10 gold.
Worth it to make Fulred happy. All right. I head back. Everyone's home already? This is weird.
Yep. Everyone's home. In various stages of excitement. So, you walk through the front door.
Who's on the bear sofa?
Probably Arthur.
He's playing
Bear
with the
sofa?
stick.
And look, it's a it's a white ash staff. It's so cool. Like it's like one of those things. I feel like a real druid now, guys. I don't like. He said it blinds things, but I don't know how.
Don't look directly at it.
Like I was like, he said it blinds things, but I have no idea how this technically works. So,
Hi, Arthur.
hey, did you get your groceries?
Yeah.
I got this cool white ash staff.
Ooh. Does it? What's
Yeah.
it? Does it like do something?
Yeah, it's supposed to be supposed to make it easier to hit things, and then the guy said that if something's flying at me, I can like blind them or something like that. I don't know how that works, but it's
Reach
supposed
into
to be
the
like
bag and pull out a piece of fruit and throw it at him. Yeah. Look
I,
out.
I don't think I think it meant like a flying creature, not like a flying fruit. What kind
Yep.
I go
can
over
I
and pick up the mango.
I was gonna say, can I go catch it? Is it just a mango?
I mean, sure. I guess that counts enough as missiles, so you can snatch it out of the air if you want.
Yeah, I'll just snatch it and just be like, so like,
You can throw it back if you want.
I don't want to. I'll just like lob it back at Izal. Not like toss it. I'm not gonna attack Izal with it. But so like, I don't know how you're supposed to make it blind something, but like, who knows? Maybe it'll do its cool thing at some point or another. What all did you get?
Groceries.
Yeah, that answers my
And
question.
this bag. I'm gonna hold up the little bag.
Okay, it's a bag.
Got a little symbol on it for cold.
Okay, it's a bag with symbols that say cold on it.
I open it up and I reach in. Like I pull out a
Like
piece
little
of fruit.
dry ice kind of comes off the end, from the inside,
It keeps things cold.
Oh,
and perfectly preserved.
So it just keeps the things inside of it cold.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, that's interesting.
I look around. It's full red in this room.
Would you know if he was?
No. But I reach in and I kind of show like, Arthur. I pull out like the top part of the bottle. It's like, I got full red cognac. I pull out the top of it. It's fucking
That's
cold.
awesome.
Full Red shows up right behind Izal.
I exhale and like cold air
you-
comes out like,
You should have looked up in the ceiling. You should know better.
Hey, Vored, how's it going? I got you
I
something.
smell cognac.
It's still sealed. I pull out the bottle. Here you go. Got you some cognac. It's super cold right now. And very, I don't know how you, are you supposed to drink it cold? I've never seen it, but,
Thank you.
You're welcome. I also got some weird fruit.
Weird fruit. What do you mean by that?
I don't know. He said it was exotic. He said it's from far up north, but like I'd never seen it. So
How much
From
did
the
it cost?
north of Shelnar,
yeah, it's like it's
which is far south.
whatever. I wasn't paying attention too much to it.
Shelnar's like Africa.
This one's spiky. I pull out a
How
piece
much
of
is? How much does it cost? Like, can I make more of it and sell it?
it's got seeds.
Yeah, but like, how much did you pay for it?
Let's go to the kitchen. I go to the kitchen.
Arthur will get up and follow him into the kitchen, or follow her into the kitchen.
Take the bag out. I just start taking all the stuff out of it. It's like a
okay,
crate
great.
full of fruit and different type of bread.
So what is this weird spiky one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how much did you buy it for?
All of this was like 2 gold.
All of this was Kugel? Oh, it's not enough to really make a big deal. So,
Oh.
like, but what is it? Like, what does it do? Is it like, what are you supposed to make it? Like, supposed to cut it up and put it in like a smoothie or something?
I just wanted some fruit to mess with.
I don't like not knowing what it does, so I'm gonna give that to you.
Cool. Let's put it in the bag. And like I take the bread out that way it's not like too I like cold bread. I'll get the bread at room temperature.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it keeps things cold that are supposed to be cold, but like you pull the bread out and it's more like just slightly cool.
Alright, so when I think of cold bread I think of me being poor when I was younger. I was like, oh man, I don't want bread in the fridge. That shit lasts longer.
But the idea is whatever the optimum storage is for that object is what it is.
Bread, cheese, all kinds of stuff.
Well, that's cool. Where did Caleb didn't come with us? Where did he go? Caleb!
Caleb, you better have clothes on.
Why
Yes?
does he not have clothes on?
I don't know if I get left alone in a house for too long. I'm getting naked.
Well, I mean, that's you. That's not Caleb. We don't know if Caleb would do that.
Never left him alone for this long.
It's also true. Caleb!
Yes.
What are you doing?
Reading.
Hands off your wiener and come see what we got.
All right.
Oh, he just
Caleb comes down, and he forgot to change his disguise self, so he's some random person.
rando. What is it that they see when Caleb comes downstairs?
A completely different human wearing robes like he normally does, but definitely not Caleb. Probably
Like a
about a foot shorter.
brown-haired Pete Davidson.
Sure.
Wow. Red, use the new bow. Shoot.
Whoa! What?
Why does that sound like Caleb?
He stole his voice. We'll get our revenge.
Oh shit! And I dropped disguise self.
Pull out a sword.
Hey, Red, you actually had a chance to shoot somebody and you didn't even take it. You just lit.
Is that bottle already open?
Yeah, he's already 3 fingers down.
Oh boy.
I still would have hit the shop though.
Doesn't surprise me.
I believe it.
Yeah,
got
he'd
them
have just
thick
said,
arrows.
"Fuck the bow, just pull out an arrow and throw it."
Just toss the arrow.
What'd y'all do today?
Alright, could probably do it.
What'd y'all do today?
I got this cool white ash staff.
Oh, nice.
Red got a cool bow. I mean, these all went to go buy groceries. I don't know if this all went to do anything else. What else did you do?
I got this bag that keeps everything at the optimal temperature.
Oh, bag of colding.
Yeah, I guess.
Wow, very creative on the name.
Well, that's what it's called.
A bag of holding? Isn't that just very similar to like a bag of holding?
So except for a C instead of an H.
So like,
Well, one's for
I don't think it holds as much either.
food. One of them is for regular objects such as weapons and stuff of that nature.
I reach my hand and I can kind of feel the bottom of it. So
Yeah. You can store weapons in there as well,
I
but
mean,
it's
I'm gonna
not
keep
good.
a cold weapon though.
I'm about to say, does it make the weapon cold and like frigid to the touch or something?
That'd be interesting. I don't think it would help anything, but it'd be interesting.
Mm.
I mean, I can throw my darts in there and we can see.
Yeah.
Stabbing the food. I got food in here.
You just took most of the food
I
out.
put some of it back in there because it. Look, I think it's probably better cold, like the cheese.
Okay, that's fair.
I got some. The person I got the bag from, he's enchanting my axe for me.
I was wondering where that was.
Yeah, I'll pull a sword on you, but I mean it's all deadly in my hands.
We don't.
Yeah.
You don't have your axe?
No, I got it's being enchanted right now. It's gonna take like 4 days though, so I can't really leave. I mean, I
4
can.
days?
I can.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still pretty effective with it. I just like having the axe with me.
So,
Yeah.
What is. So, I thought we were going to try to do like another job or something at some point. Are we going to have to wait the 4 days before we do another job?
I checked in with the guild hall. That's why I found out about the enchanted person. There's still no new progress done about the mutilated cattle or with the bandits that are in the capital.
Mutilated cackle?
Cattle.
Cackle.
I have an accent and this has never been a problem before. What's wrong?
I don't remember you talking about
Cattle. Mutilated cattle.
cattle.
Like
Oh, okay.
goats and sheep and things.
Oh,
Possibly
that's
cows.
the one. That's a T and not a K.
I didn't say what?
I'm learning. It sounded
okay.
like you said cackle.
No new
Anyway,
developments on it, so those are still open.
Do you teach him to read? He starts judging you the way you speak.
oh, I'm not judging. I'm trying to learn, and it's really hard whenever someone says.
Don't,
But yes.
he's very affable,
Cool.
so
What?
But yes, that is,
you're affable.
What's affable?
You're approachable.
Inapproachable.
Approachable.
Oh, I am approachable.
Yes, you're a kind individual and you're approachable. But saying affable is more fun because they don't know what it means.
Oh, I didn't know what that meant either, so that's fine.
Put it on the
Okay.
calendar.
yeah.
So are we gonna go do the cattle thing, or are we gonna? Wasn't there a bandit thing, too?
I was going to get in contact with our underground contacts now to see if they have any information on those. Because if it's a crime organization doing it, I figure another crime organization has ideas about it.
On both
Very
of those,
possible.
the cattle and the bandit thing,
Or just
Or-
the bandit ones.
And what was the other thing? Because I thought there was 3 jobs.
There was someone got their wedding ring stolen. I didn't really look into that one. If I have
That's-
like an afternoon, I might go take a look at it.
Okay. All right. Well, so you're okay to go do one of those without your axe? I've never seen you without your axe. So it's kind of weird.
I always had that with me. I mean, I'm just as deadly with everything else I got. So
Seen her use other weapons, but she's always had that one on her.
Yeah,
it's like a
like-
skeleton key. You can break into anything.
Great. Well, so do we want to try to check that out tomorrow, or like do we want to kind of do that?
What
today?
time? How long has all of this taken us, Eric? Because we don't know what time of day it is. We started in the morning. Where are we now?
That's true. It probably would have taken you a few hours, so it would be the equivalent of 2 or 3 p.m.
Like, and the cattle thing is like right outside the city, right?
I don't know exactly where that's located.
Auchenfirth.
I don't have a clue what the fuck that is.
That is several days by sea southwest of the capital.
I thought it was in the capital.
Was the bandit thing in the capital?
Bandit thing's in the capital,
Bandit
isn't
in
it?
the capital.
Okay, I was like one of
And
them.
so was the ring.
And the ring one.
But the Isgarth, that one is due south on the other side of the rift. And then, like, you guys would be passing Auchenfirth on your way to Isgarth.
Mm. So, like, do we just go take care of it? You have to go check the bandit thing with the underground people.
Oh, I got that. I pull out the little piece of wood. I can do that right now.
That's wood.
It's magic wood.
What do you mean it's magic wood?
I can talk to them while they're over there, and then they can talk to me back, and we can have an idea about it.
Is this like one of those cool tree teleporting things?
I don't know. It's made of wood, maybe, but like only words.
Okay. I mean, I guess you can try doing that now, and we can just figure out if we need to go do the bandit thing. I'm getting kind of bored, and I want to use this white ash staff.
You want to blind someone? Someone attack him from a distance.
No, I think again a flying.
I
They
think
said a
that-
flying creature. I don't know if that necessarily means that the creature has to be flying at me, or it has to be like a bird.
Well, like, what is a creature?
That's also a very good question.
Like an arrow can fly at you at very high speeds.
Yeah, but it's not a creature
How do you know?
because it's not a creature.
What if we like
Do you
tied like a frog to the end of the arrow?
do you want me to identify it to see what its exact properties are?
I mean, sure, it's gonna take Zal a couple of minutes to talk to the underground people. If you want to knock that out, that would be kind of cool.
Get out.
All right,
the-
we're ritually cast identify on the bone ash staff.
White ash.
Bony white ash staff.
Is it the bony white ash staff, or is it just the white ash staff that I picked up? I could have sworn it was just the white ash staff.
Bony.
Yeah, yours is a white ash, but it has
Lame.
moonstone
Ah,
Yeah.
banding.
this is the full moon one.
It's my full moon white ash staff.
Yeah,
So I'll flip
it
out.
is not the albino ash staff.
I'll get the wooden walkie-talkie out. That only works for
Okay.
one go.
As Caleb is kind of sitting down and is pulling out weird little magical items, setting up a little ritual circle.
This
Yeah.
is Izal. What can you tell me about the bandits attacking in the capital? We have a quest for it. Are they connected with... And it probably cut out then.
You counted syllables.
That
no.
it's hard to do. Like, right?
You probably could have got it, Lisa.
So for all you know, he gotta stop, and then it's like you hear he's all to stop. We go, yeah, well, it's kind of hard to do. Well, what I
Typically, you would write out the thing. It's what I've learned. That Whitey got way better, but I mean, I did. It's my first go.
But you feel this kind of flush heat go up through your jaws and then into your ears, and then a voice comes in. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. I'm going to send Sean. He'll be able to interface from there on. Keep the latch open.
Because we're still kind of like in a hallway. I gotta go move the couch. It's on top of the door.
No, they're sending the rabbit.
Ah, Sean's coming. Everyone, hide your lucky rabbit's foots.
I don't have a lucky rabbit.
Y'all can deal with them this time.
Oh, is this the one that gave you the map and you couldn't draw it in time?
Everyone,
Yes.
come meet Sean. I move the couch out of the way. I'll move the bear skin rug off of the latch door.
Alright. Caleb,
Don't tell me when he'll get here, though.
you guys, you get a flash as you kind of go through the full moon staff, or stave of the full moon, or white ash staff, or full moon ass staff. The staff. Kind of looking through.
The FMWAS.
Okay. I was thinking we had a mod pop into our chat to drop some stuff. So, and as you're kind of looking through, yeah, sure enough. Basically, this enchantment is oddly specific in the sense when the staff is raised above one's head and pointed at a flying creature, it can create a flash of light that can blind flying creatures that attempt to attack you. Oddly, it only seems to work when the staff is raised above your arm, above your shoulder. Doesn't work if you point it at someone in front of you, and only seems to work against creatures who have some method of flying. Not exactly sure why that particular constraint is on the staff. But yeah, it exists. So someone must have thought it was a useful ability.
Whoever made this item really hates birds.
They say they hate birds. Like, what do they hate? Is it just a flying creature thing?
Yeah, like you have to raise it above your head,
Okay.
like this,
Okay.
and you send a thought out to blind it. And it sends out a white flash in front of the creature and blinds them.
But it only works on birds?
Yes, it will not work if you try and do it on somebody. Well, not on birds, anything that is flying. So
Oh, okay.
I have the spell that casts fly. If I have that spell and I make myself fly, you can cast it on me then.
Hey, and so that would work on that little the wyvern thing that we fought earlier in the mountains too, right?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's actually pretty useful.
But it's very specific. DM, does this require attunement?
Yes.
It does.
Okay. It does require attunement, so that's something that you have to weigh.
What is
But
that?
you have to concentrate on it, and you have to bind it to yourself.
For how long?
It takes about an hour to bind it to yourself.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something like 2 weeks or something like that. I had to do meditation for like a week one time at the monastery, and that was not fun. They did not let me eat, drink, or anything. They didn't let me get up. I was really sad. It was really kind of depressing, and then I had to sit there and think about my thoughts, which I don't like to think very much. But anyway, sorry. So 1 hour, that's it.
Yeah, so here you go.
We have Sean coming, huh?
Yes.
Do I need to talk to Sean, or is that like just you guys are just trying to figure out how we're gonna do this bandit thing?
The bandit information is what we're trying to get.
So do I need to talk to Sean, or can I just like?
I think you're good.
No. How high is the stairs, like with the stairs to the second floor?
What do you mean by how high?
Like how high is it, like feet wise? Go up the stairs to the second floor. How high is it off the first floor?
The floors, they're like standard 8-foot floors.
Okay. Is there like a railing that kind of looks over into the living room?
Nope.
Or is it? So it just goes upstairs into a second floor? That's not
Yep.
fun. It was my,
Kind of a compact little building.
it was my dumb
nondescript.
idea.
Is there anybody else who needs items identified before I get up?
What type of fruit is this?
Is it magical?
No.
I sure as fuck hope not.
Then I don't know. I can't do it with this spell.
I'm not like an arborologist or something.
Yeah, close enough.
It's a tree study person.
Yeah,
Is there windows on the second story?
there are.
Okay.
As you guys are having this conversation, there's kind of the trapdoor flies open as the familiar shape of your Harrigan buddy, Sean Dunn, kind of leaps out from the hole and kind of lands next to the opening, kind of hops over and kind of closes it, and then just kind of goes, "Oh, all right. Well, thank you for calling me. I was told by Remble that there was someone you need to talk to me about some bandits or something."
Wow, you just ran right into that flap assuming it was unlocked.
I suppose that's a good point. Normally it is unlocked, but remember the last time I was here, it wasn't unlocked, and I ended up with a pretty important concussion. Actually, now that I think about it, that was really only yesterday, so I don't know why I didn't learn. I guess I should be really lucky that you guys decided to not repeat that particular thing and leave the flap open for me this time.
He talks like me.
Fast?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, bandits and other stuff and stealing stuff, and so you called Rimbolt, and Rimbolt sent me because you guys might need some help.
Oh, Rim Job. That was who you were talking to?
Rambo. Yeah.
Rimbolt, yes. Rimbolt is...
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you guys need?
There's a quest from the Adventurers Guild to take care of some bandits or a guild that's causing some crimes up in the capital. Was it the first and second war? Is what it said. I wanted to make sure they're not affiliated with you all, or if you had the information on them, that way we could go in and take care of it without having
I
some
see.
controversy.
Well, I suppose that really depends on what guild, whether or not you have a name. There are over 200 guilds of that sort at work here in the city, particularly about 3 dozen or so that specialize in the theft of goods. Some of them work in specific areas, some of them work throughout the area, some of them work in and out of the city. So, do you have some kind of way to narrow that down?
They were excessively active, I guess, in the last probably couple of weeks. That's why the guild put a request out for it, I'm assuming. I don't have a name. They didn't put a name associated with it. I guess if they had a name for a guild, they wouldn't be a very good guild.
Well, I suppose that really depends. Obviously, the group that you are now affiliated with has a name, obviously. We do so in order to maintain a bit of an identity. Let's see. Active particularly recently, was there any particular area of the city in which they were active, or any particular calling card as part of their modus operandi?
A lot of big words on that last part.
Some big ones for me, too. Let's see. I've got the notes I have. I think of bandits becoming increase in area yelling. They've been looking at privateers. They've been doing a lot of work in the first and second wards. That's about all I got.
First and second ward. What is the nature of the objects that were being thieved?
No idea. I didn't write that down.
I see. Were they magical in nature, or just really, 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 really expensive stuff?
Probably expensive. Or magical. I don't know. I mean, I can go back. I got plenty of time today. It's not closed yet. So
I can ask Roscoe to look around.
I should probably just get a copy of the requirements for the quest for it. I don't know if I got a copy of it. And we never officially signed up for it either. So we'd have to sign up for it first.
I suppose that's possible. There is a rumor of a group that operates mostly in that normal area, not really affiliated with us. We don't really come close to it very too much. They call themselves the Phantom Hands. I know, not a very inspiring name. From what I understand, they're mostly new people, social outcast types. But from what I understand, they have some thieves that are actually skilled in the arts of magical arcana, and are not exactly native to the city themselves, which makes them relatively difficult. Well, most likely they use some of the Undercity and perhaps some of the sewers in order to move around.
Oh, yeah, they did say that they were using the sewers to escape and they couldn't find them.
Well, the sewers of the city are actually relatively large and actually are normal levels. The uppermost levels are relatively clear, mostly storm surge kind of stuff. Guards actually patrol that on occasion. However, once you reach into some of the lower sections that actually go beneath the Undercity, such as the sub levels, that's when you're starting to get some more monsters and dangerous stuff go down there. Guards only go down there when absolutely necessary, because it can be kind of dangerous for lone guardsmen. Adventurers travel there from time to time in order to clear out some of the local riffraff.
So that sounds like the MO of what we're looking for then.
Yes. Although, I will tell you, it would be a wise idea, being new to this particular kind of thievery and work you are new to. Typically, whenever objects like this of particular value have been stolen, they need to be fenced. So if I was you, I would most likely try to get an idea about what sort of things were stolen, as good as you could, as far as a description of objects. That will narrow down your ability to track the merchandise. Perhaps if you can get that located to a particular fence, that makes it much easier. Otherwise, you're just going to be moving through hundreds of miles of tunnels and tunnels and tunnels and tunnels underneath, hopefully running into someone who will probably have their base magically trapped. Just some thought, not trying to tell you how to do your business.
I feel like he's telling us. That's a good idea. I could probably go back and figure out if they have a loose list of things that were taken. My fault. I did not think of that ahead of time. It's down the street. Yes,
As I
cool.
said, you are traditional adventurers of that sort, not the sort that are well skilled in the art of skullduggery. Although, from what I understand, he points at Volred, this guy sneaks.
I mean, I snuck one time. So did Gander. Gander!
Well, you know what they say, practice makes
What?
perfect.
You sneak too, right?
Like twice?
Hell yeah, we sneak.
Hmm. Funny. Doesn't seem to really have the energy. Okay, so
You just hear an audible click from the other room.
So if we can get an idea of what was taken, should we try to contact you again, or should we just use that information if we go down into the lower city to look for it?
well, if I recall, you guys did look at my maps. There are some locations there in the city that are linked off as fences that you might be able to take a look. You could use those maps in order to use you as an opportunity to talk to local merchants to see whether or not any of them have purchased gear such as that. Might be able to kind of lead you into other directions. Now, please understand that that sort of work is typically one that requires gold coin to be exchanged, so bribery will possibly be a requisite.
Alright. It's an expensive hobby. Thank you, Sean. Would you like some exotic fruit?
I'll take some carrots if you have those.
I don't think I got any. I got a lot
What
of
about a
pota-
rutabaga?
It's like a radish, isn't it?
Yes, something
on.
very similar to
Let
rutabaga.
me check this. Go to the kitchen. This one's kind of white and it looks like a radish. Does that count? A vegetable.
Yes, I suppose that'll count.
Hey, here you go. Thanks for
You kinda-
coming.
And kind of starts chewing on it and goes, this stuff's pretty fresh. All right, so, yes, my pleasure. Is there anything else I can do for you? Please remember that it will take a period of approximately 24 hours before your method of communication recharges its magical energy. So it may be some time before you're able to reach out to me again.
Have they known to be violent, the Phantom Hands?
Well, from what I understand, there is no evidence of them harming anyone so far. But then again, they are traveling some very dangerous circles, which means they are more or less capable. Obviously, they're traveling through some areas that are well magically protected and have guards. They wouldn't do so unless they felt confident, as though they were able to protect themselves. Which means they are likely not low-level adventurers. Probably they've got some skill.
Does it seem like they're just trying to muscle their way into someone else's territory, or they're trying to stay low and keep out of the way?
The way they're working, it could be a muscling of the territory, but considering they are not trying to actively interfere with other guild businesses, most likely they're thieving in order to achieve a certain monetary amount for some other work that they're doing. Though perhaps they could have greater ambitions, this reeks more of a fundraising effort.
Eh?
But what do I know?
Hopefully a lot. You're pretty knowledgeable. Thanks for coming. Next time, probably slow down before you careen into the floor.
Yep, that's probably a good idea. But also, yes, that is kind of my personal purpose. I am supposed to be a collector of information and purveyor of information. It's what I do. And don't worry, your regular fees have been taken care of as part of your arrangement, so no need to pay me, although I will certainly take money should you choose to give it.
Got to
Although,
that
on the other
rutabaga.
hand, that's true, you did, and it is very delicious. It's nice and cold, which gives it a certain crunchiness, which I really appreciate.
Alright, this is getting kind of awkward. I think we're trying to do other things tonight. Sorry, but I'm going to have to cut it off here, Sean. So if you could, pop back in your hidey hole.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. I have to go extort money out of a banker anyway. Goodbye. He just kind of opens up the thing and just kind of hops down and closes.
Sticking my head out of one of the back rooms. Oh, what?
I put the bear rug back over the hole and move the couch, the bear couch back over it. He's fun.
So we have to go
Then
find the fanny handy people.
Phantom Hand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go figure out what has been reported as stolen, so we can have an idea what to look for at all the fences in the underground. Because if you steal the stuff, you gotta sell it somehow. So we'll have an idea of a list of things to look for, and it might point us in the right direction. So if we're doing this, I'll officially sign us up for this one then.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
sounds fair.
Right, Volred? Oh,
I think he disappeared into a corner somewhere.
make sure he doesn't drink that whole bottle. He is going to be useless.
I couldn't stop him from smoking 20 stalks of Azure Leaf, so I don't think I could stop him from a bottle of cognac to save my life.
Alright, I'm gonna go. Anyone want to come with me?
I'll go with you.
Fuck. Alright.
I guess somebody responsible does have to stay with Wolred, though, so I will stay here.
So, not Gander.
Yeah, because Gander just goes and takes a nap and doesn't watch anybody.
Has Volred become the new Gorbeck?
No.
Volred's his
He-
own. He's his own
He is
person.
a grown ass man.
Yeah, but
What did
we
I
asked
do?
you to watch Gorbeck, who is also a grown-ass goblin, but you didn't do that either.
Yeah, but a goblin's grown at like a year.
2.
You're not helping
6.
your case because you didn't watch him either way.
Okay, let's be honest. Volred, Gander, and Gorbeck all should have been supervised the entire time.
What did I do?
Drank and got horribly high. But you stayed in the house, so that's a good thing. That's what we can trust you with.
Did that?
We just have to hope that your newfound substance issues don't become performance issues in combat.
I'm not even that drunk right now.
I know you're not now, but you still have a whole bottle of cognac to finish.
Oh, I thought you were saying I was drunk now.
No,
So y'all
Yeah,
are just
I'm
talking
gonna-
shit.
I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay.
Volred, do you need me to pick anything else up while I'm out?
No.
But a very long, fancy straw.
Yes.
Alright.
But only if you happen upon it.
Alright.
Don't go out of your way.
Alright. I will just keep a long view of my peripherals.
Thank you.
Y'all, don't burn down the safe house. Come on, Caleb, we're going.
All right.
Go back to the Adventurers Guild. That is a dumb looking hat, Caleb.
Which hat? Is he wearing the hat of disguise, the frumpy kind of hat? Or is he wearing the wizard hat?
I'm wearing the hat of disguise, but I have it disguised, so it's not a hat.
Okay, I just keep picturing the dumb looking wizard.
Or does it look like a
Now-
wizard's hat?
Now, what I was going to say before you interrupted me by saying it's a dumb hat. As we leave the house, the hat appears. I take the hat off, and then I put the wizard hat on.
Okay. That is a dumb looking hat.
It's amazing, and you know it.
Like, your robes are kind of a brown color, though, and this is a big old gray thing.
His robes are blue and green, if I recall correct.
It's
That is
just,
correct.
you look like a hobo.
Eh,
I mean, it fits your aesthetic of looking that way.
it's a great hat.
Yeah. You gonna wear that in
It's-
front of, who's your wizard buddy that's around here?
I'm going to wear this hat for quite a while.
So you're gonna wear it in front of the dude that Gorbeck was banned from?
Yes.
Alright, I wanna see his reaction to it.
Well, he would actually like it because of what it does.
I wanna see his reaction to the fact that it clashes with everything you're wearing.
Oh, that's fair. But yes, this hat I obtained today lets me cast any cantrip that I want.
I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what a cantrip is, but like, what's like the variety? What cantrips do you normally do?
Well, normally I only know 5 cantrips. Light, Mage Hand, Mind Sliver, Prestidigitation, and things of that nature.
Wait,
What?
Things of that nature is a very interesting
what does
spell.
things of that nature do? It's like, that's
I'm
four,
just
the fifth
talking
one is
about
fucking random as shit.
the spell just in general. But with
I'm
with
just
that,
saying
Is
that
it things of that
you
nature?
said
things
five
of this,
just in
that
general?
nature is not a spell.
Okay.
I know, but I'm saying you said 5 cantrips and you
I counted them all.
said 5 things.
Actually, I only said 4,
No.
and then I said things of that nature.
Yeah.
I
Because
know,
I
but
did
you
said
said I
fuck.
only know 5 cantrips, and then you said 4, and on the 5th one, instead of saying your 5th cantrip, you just said things of that nature. It would have been
Yes.
easier if you had just said your 5th cantrip.
Well, that would have meant I had to scroll.
a slight little thing.
Oh Lord. Alright,
Anyways.
That's so far.
whatever.
But
That's it.
you know
TPK.
how
For a cantrip.
Gander can cast Firebolt?
He used to. He told me he doesn't do that anymore. I don't know what that meant.
Well, now I can cast that.
Okay, well, he used like flint and steel with a trigger and a rod. What do you use?
I just will it into existence.
It seems like a much easier method than what he would use.
Yes. But any cantrip that I want to cast, I can. I just have to attempt it. There is a chance that I can fail, but it's very minor.
Can you do the cold one that he can do? It shoots like a thing of cold, like air out and hits things.
Yeah.
Okay. He can like combine 2 pieces of metal together that have been broken. Can you do that one?
Yes, I can.
Oh, fuck. That's a nice hat. Shame it looks like garbage.
Eh,
Do you have any other colors? Like it doesn't go with anything you're wearing.
They had yellow.
Ooh, that's a tough choice. I don't know if that would be better or worse.
But
Like, you get stabbed enough. I don't think a yellow hat would even impede it.
yes, I
Aw,
don't know what to do about that.
They are brown with a green cloak. I was wrong. He's always right.
Of course, I see the art constantly. But, well, I think like a flower that's like a bright color, it scares away certain things and attracts other stuff. I don't know. I just think gray is
Well,
kind of dull.
It generally only scares it away if it has a bite to it. I don't really have anything to back up the scariness.
I don't think a flower.
Although I
does
do have
either.
this. I pull out the Wand of Magic Missiles.
It's just a stick to me.
It's the rod that lets me cast the spell Magic Missile
I don't.
without using a spell slot.
I know what spell slots are, but like, what's magic missile? Is
Magic
it-
Missile is
I know. I throw missiles at people. That's what we call javelins, and anything I can just launch from a distance. The Volraid does arrows. That's a missile. What's a
It's
magic
essentially, whenever I cast it, 3 glowing darts of force strike a creature, and they never miss.
missile? So, like, it's when Arthur throws his darts.
Something like that.
He's never missed with them.
Yes, but he can.
Theoretically, I suppose, but like, so nothing stops yours ever.
There is something that does stop it,
What stops it?
but it's a shield. It's a spell called Shield.
Well, I have a shield.
Not the same thing.
What's the difference?
One of them's a spell. One of them's not.
What if I got a magic shield?
That depends. If it has the ability to stop magic missile, yes. But I don't know if there is one.
You know, there's a reason I didn't go too far into the magic part of the school, because that's confusing as fuck. And a sword does the same thing. So, good on you on your magic stick. And on Arthur for his magic stick. And did that bow that Volred had on his shoulder, that looked kind of new. Did you think he got something new?
Right. He didn't really pull it out. He just had it behind him.
But you don't go whipping out your bow and just shooting people. That'd be
Anyways,
reckless. That's something that Gorbek would do.
the very nice thing about this is that you could use it if you wanted to.
A stick?
And it's
I
a
don't need a
and
stick.
it's a ranged attack that will never miss.
And my ranged attacks never miss either, so.
Yes, but have you ever thought maybe you would like to hit something that you can't reach?
Usually, yeah, but I'll find a way around it. So that's
yeah.
one of the. Oh, okay, it does the magic thing and shoots
But
stuff
yeah.
out. Okay.
But if it gets to the point to where somebody else wants to use it, I will probably let them. But I will probably keep it as a just in case because
Who's Justin?
now you're fucking with me.
Yeah, I'll spend with you on that one. Well, we're at the Adventurers Guild. And you're...
All right.
Remember,
The,
we're looking for who stole what.
Yeah.
Don't stare at anyone. They don't like them.
So you guys head back to the Adventurer Guild. Okay, at this point, you pass in, and Izal,
That's
you
my
spot the familiar form of Frigga towering in the back, helping out a group of adventurers, one of which is actually arguing with her presently. This broad-chested human with short-cropped brown hair. Looks like he's got a bit of a scar running across the side of his head. And just kind of basically yelling obscenities with her, to her, while a couple of the other clerks are just kind of giving them the side eye. And you hear one closest to you just kind of shake his head and go, "That's not a good idea, pal."
I'm like, Caleb, watch yourself. It's getting kind of heated in here.
All right.
Walk closer to behind like the other group's party. And stand behind us like, and just kind of stare at Frigga like.
Yep.
Just wave like hand gestures like, need like take her out.
Frigga just kind of looks over the guy whom she is like several inches taller than, and just kind of like looks over to you, smiles a little bit, looks back to this guy, and goes, "If you don't like the pay, then don't take the job." And the guy's like, "Look, bitch, I want this job." And she's like, "Okay, one moment." Reaches down. You hear kind of the jangling of coins. You see her pick up a metal box and then just swing it across the guy's face. And he goes down. She just sets the box back under the counter. "Next, please."
That's us.
And these guys' compatriots just kind of scoop this guy up and walk him out.
Yourself quite well.
Hell of a way to start your shift.
Yeah.
"Well, I am only here for a few hours, but it makes things entertaining." And she kind of looks over to Caleb. "So who's your friend?"
It's
Boyfriend?
Caleb. No, he's a wizard. They scrawny as shit.
I don't think I could handle her even if I wanted to.
Yeah.
No, you most likely could not.
So, we're here. There was I came earlier today, and I was talking with Moira, and I talked to her about the bandit issue that they're having in the capital, and she said they were stealing things and going into like the sewers and stuff.
Aye, she mentioned that when she handed off your little treat.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you
glad
for
she
that,
gave
by
it
the
to-
way.
I gave her one too, just make sure that she'd make sure you got one.
So, bandits. And she kind of reaches over and pulls out a book, sets it down, and starts flipping through. Yes, the ones here in the city. You are hoping to bring them to justice?
Yeah, we're gonna take on that one. And isn't this one of those open backed ones where kind of anyone can just kind of assess their stuff for it?
Yes, it is largely open. Several groups have listed that they are going to take up the job, but none have reclaimed any goods as of yet.
So we'll probably throw our names in there as well. We'll sign up for it. We did have a few questions. I understand they have stolen a lot of goods. Is there any report of anything that's been stolen so far?
And she starts kind of flipping over, kind of pulls out a page, and then just kind of flips it open with this really long list.
Holy shit. Probably like
It's-
high-end stuff. 'Cause they probably stole a whole bunch of things to mask their whole trail for it.
Indeed, they did. Quite a few items. There was a collection of magical spell books stolen from a wizard named Xandos. Those particular objects are valued at several thousand gold pieces, and of course the standard rate of recapture takes place. They are, of course, named, so if you find those, that is good to go.
Alright.
There is also a set of enchanted tuning forks from a wizard named Airshot. Unfortunately, he does not specify to where they go.
Okay.
There was also a magical sword.
Just writing this stuff
Um,
down as notes.
Yes, and this was from an individual named Kevin.
Kevin?
Kevin,
Alright. Kevin.
a magical sword.
Mhm.
Specifically, it appears to be listed as a flaming sword.
Alright. That's good. Check it then.
So that is certainly good. Odds and ends like that. The spell books, surprisingly, are listed as the most valuable item stolen.
Okay, and that probably checks out with you. I don't know how much your stuff normally costs.
Yeah, they are extremely expensive. What type of defenses did this group tend to overcome, so we know what type of group we're running into?
Well, that depends. With the individual Xandos, he is actually a student at the Ethenium and the Lycium Arcana. And his was some of his secondary research materials. There was some basic enchantments, alarm spells, arcane locks, things of that nature. Not to mention that the room is relatively remote. Not the kind of thing that many people would know is there, unless they know Xandos
So
themselves.
they must have scouted him pretty heavily before they even found that room.
Perhaps. As for the other ones, Urshot and Kevin, their particular objects, they're more collectors. local nobles who purchase magical items because it's expensive. Um, so, in that case, the magical defenses there are relatively rudimentary.
Well, thank you very much for the information. Look at his all. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask?
I'll be in town for the next 3 days at least. I'll probably be busy for a while though because of this one. If you're not doing anything later, I mean, gonna go.
Well-
if you're at the tavern you're normally at,
Most likely. I'll be off in about 2 hours.
alright, maybe I'll see you there.
Perhaps you will.
Don't try to hurt too many people.
It's been a long day. I might need to unwind a little bit.
Don't throw out your shoulder because you put too much force in the backhand.
I suppose that is true. I suppose I'll just have to be very careful not to lay on it odd tonight.
I think we're good. I'll see you later, hopefully. Bye. Let's go, Kayla. Let's go.
Goodbye.
Nice meeting you. I head out.
All right, we got some leads. That's good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this group looks like they're going to be interesting to go against, that's for sure.
I don't know if all these places are connected. It's all in the first and second ward, so it's higher end. One's a student, the other two are collectors.
My thing is they will probably be using the stuff they stole. We don't know what's in the spell books.
I mean, what Sean was
Is-
saying, they're probably using it as a way of fronting for money.
Yes, once they're able to fence the items, but generally things stolen this quickly don't get sold immediately.
Well, if they're kind of new to the area, they probably don't know how the whole system works yet, so they might try to piece it out a little bit with some of the other items they've stolen, see what they can get in information, and then forward out the bigger stuff later.
Those spell books are going to be their pride and joys, though.
Well, you're supposed to help me with the mail.
Yes.
How's that
You, ready,
work?
you want to go do it now?
I'm not doing anything right now. I got a couple
Okay.
hours at least. So where are we going?
DM, isn't there a place that you can magically send mail?
Yep.
The adventurers will just turn back around.
Pretty sure it's the Wayfarers Guild.
Fucking-
No, not
Wayfarers
the
Union?
Wayfarers Guild. Yeah,
Whatever.
it's just the post union.
Then yes, we'll go there.
Okay, so you go to one of the local post offices. As easily told as you come in, they're kind of like these towers. They're kind of large at the bottom and then just kind of come up into these large conical pieces with roosts. And you see just kind of carrier pigeons and stuff kind of flying out from there. It's the kind of place where you kind of have to look up where you go, because if you look around, there's like dove and bird crap everywhere. So as you kind of approach underneath an awning, there is a gnome fella with like kind of a cap on with hair that's just kind of poofed out from the side, wearing spectacles. He's kind of writing really, really quick. People are just kind of coming in and out. You have to wait in line for just a couple minutes, and as you come up, he goes, "All right, welcome to the local post service. You are trying to send a message, yes? Where to?"
That is correct. Hey, Zal, where are you trying to send the message?
I don't have any prepared right now. You're supposed to help me set up something for later. I'll be more
Okay.
doing.
Well, let's see the price and see what we can do.
If I were to send the message to Moradun, up in Ashgar, what would the price be?
Oh, that depends. How exactly are you wanting to send it out? Are you wanting to hire a messenger? Are you trying to send it by mail carrier by sea? Are you looking to have a carrier pigeon or a sky ship take it? Or perhaps magical means?
I would prefer the option for a magical means, but just expediting it the best way.
Excellent. And he kind of reaches out and pulls out a sheet of paper that looks like it's got a form on it. Let's see. You have a message. Who would it be going to?
Can I just send it to a location? For just put the House of Zella?
I see. So this is... I see. So you want a letter that will magically transport to a location, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can do that. We can also have transcriptions where we just send it via sending spell to a receiver who then writes the message down. It entirely depends on your level of privacy.
Mine are typically a lot longer, so I don't know how much information.
That is fine. Instead, and he just starts kind of quickly Xing out some sections and then just kind of fills in really, really quick. It's like, excellent. Will 1 sheet or 2 sheets be required?
2 sheets, I guess. I put
And he
a lot
reaches
of
out, pulls
information.
out 2 sheets,
Shit.
sets it in front of you, and they're kind of lined sections. He kind of passes over ancient parchments. Feel free to go ahead and write your letter right there. When you're done, we will go ahead and roll them up and toss them over there. And he kind of points to this little small fireplace, kind of like a potbelly stove. Once they go in there, the messages get incinerated, and then they are reconnected at our other office.
So I'd have to rewrite everything I did so far and do another one. Fuck.
You already have one?
No.
I kind of keep a running journal and I send updates based off of it. But then I have to rewrite it again.
So it's like a book?
Oh, I can do that for you.
What?
I have a spell that can transcribe all your writing.
Okay. We're just going with information here. If I write something as I typically would as a journal or notes and I have the time for it, I need to be able to send that information later on, and I prefer not to have to write it again. What can happen? What can do this?
Okay, so you already have the letter written?
Typically, yes, when I'm ready to write it.
Okay.
Write it up
So,
beforehand.
if you write it, you have a friend here who can take those letters and copy them down on this special magically treated coat of paper, and then we can throw it in the fire.
I'm assuming that teleports it somewhere else and not just throw it into a fucking furnace.
Yes, that is
Yes,
correct.
it does. Now, if you wish it to go direct, that will take it to another location wherein another postal worker will take it and take it to its final location. If, however, you would like something to go directly to a location, we do have scrolls of telescription that you can simply write on, roll up, and poof, tell it where you want to go. Those cost 150 gold apiece, though.
Yeah. I'm not that big.
But they're
of a
very
rush.
private.
I guess Caleb would have to see everything I'm writing then. Does he have to write it?
If it's the spell I'm thinking, no. He doesn't have to read it either, I don't think.
No,
Or
it
is
just
it-
copies.
or is it- Yeah, because there's a couple of them. There's one where what you speak gets copied down, and then there's another one that just copies non-magical text.
It just copies non-magical text.
Yeah.
And I'd prefer if I'd have some level of privacy even from Caleb, because there's some things you don't need to know.
That's fine.
Okay, so something around that notion. Just typically just write a letter and mail it. This is very confusing.
Well, there's several modes of communicating, which can make things That was a little confusing.
Okay, so if I were to write a note, a letter, get it set up, and he does his spell to transcribe it into there, and then give it to you to send it off into the furnace of teleportation, what was that going to cost?
That's a fairly straightforward. You only need to pay for the magically induced paper, and then of course like the actual postage. But because of our nice kind of teletranscription furnace there, that actually kind of makes that a very simple process. In this case, about 25 gold
per letter, essentially.
per letter. A little bit steep, but it does get there same day. Alternatively, you are free to just leave a letter and then we can send it on out with the actual post, but that'll take a few weeks to get there.
I'm aware of how long that takes. Well, good to know, Caleb. Let's keep that in mind next time I need to send a letter.
Okay, just let me know.
Thank you for your
Okay.
help.
Well, in that case, he just kind of reaches out and pulls out a little pamphlet, slides it over. Just a quick overview of our rates and services.
Thank you very much.
And he kind of passes that off. Just note that we only send written word. If you're willing to send packages, that goes to the Wayfarers Union.
Okay. Fucking mail. Let me leave. This is not the first time I've been through here. I didn't get like the first massive section. I was like, just fucking mail it regular. I couldn't deal with all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll let you know the next time I have something I need to send out then.
Sounds good. And I can just transcribe it pretty quickly.
Alright.
It won't take too long.
Got information. Got what we need. Head back to
Yep.
the adventure, our little hidey hole.
Okay.
And then I'll leave 2 hours
And-
later.
And they're gonna live 2 hours later. Okay, so you return to your little hidey hole. Bullred, Arthur, Gander, I assume, still present.
Yeah.
Art still playing with the staff.
This is 2 hours later. I would have attuned to the staff at this point. They're probably out front trying to grow more Asia Reef.
Accidentally blinds an eagle.
Okay.
Can't
Well,
be playing
I was
with
sitting there
staff all
going,
the
yeah,
time,
he's
right
trying
there.
to intimidate a bird or something. into
Oh,
the
that
jacket.
actually sounds even better. That sounds even better. I'm trying to figure out if there's a flying creature.
Yeah,
that's
just
trying
like
to-
a rock and goes, hey, attack me. Attack me, you stupid bird.
like a robin's nest and go try to grab one of the eggs and stuff out of the nest to see if they.
Yeah, and it's just like, wow, worst druid ever.
I need to know if this works. I'm not gonna hurt the egg.
Attack me from the skies.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do for the
No.
remainder of this day?
Nope.
With the exception of these
I did.
hot date.
I've got plans.
I did end up putting counterspell into my spell book and minusing the gold because it only takes 3 minutes.
Woot.
6
Okay.
minutes.
I guess that's an advantage of your subclass.
It
Exactly.
is. Very much so.
It used to be
Um,
half the gold too, but then they ruined it.
Yeah. But hey, being able to transcribe it at 1 minute per level is still really nice.
Being able to buy the
Yes.
scroll at half the price really helps too.
Yep. Thank you. I was like, wait, that's cheap. And then I heard he's all cough. I was like, yep,
Yes,
I'm-
well,
I need to inform some people.
Jace was trying to note Xanathar's, and I'm using a separate reference sheet, which is different than that. So
Hey.
we'll make that decision, I guess, going
You
forward.
know, I'm
It
not,
might just
I'm
be
not here to
Potions
help out the
2.0.
party. I'm here to help out just me. Even if it screws over the party.
I would have bought it anyways. So
Okie dokie then. So, yeah, we're actually going to go ahead and call it there tonight for Chapter 33.
Ooh.
So, hopefully, you guys come back next week for Chapter 34. and then we'll see if there might be some bandit action and combat for the first time in a little while.
For the first
Yeah.
time in
Which is-
3 sessions.
It feels like the first time. Which is good because I've got some new stuff that I might want to try out depending on where you guys go.
Been longer than 3 sessions.
Oh yeah,
Give me a good old flying creature.
What?
yeah.
We'll never fight a fly creature for the rest of the
I'll
campaign.
never fight a.
Well, actually, I will end up getting the spell Levitate just for that. You cast Levitate on the enemy.
You know,
Glide.
if you want art, Dracolich is on my list.
I'm just
And-
saying. We can wait until I can like change into things that have flying speeds before you start giving me like Dracoliches and stuff like that.
And
I don't know.
2K for a returning weapon.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Kilmo,
Okie
you're
dokie.
scheduled for this Adjacent with Jace this Thursday, aren't you? Assuming drastic things don't happen.
Yeah, we had a lot of technical issues tonight.
Oh, that's a big weird one. Well, Kilmo
Yeah,
should be for Adjacent
full
with Jace
moon,
this
man.
Thursday, man.
It causes all kinds of problems.
Yep, you're not wrong.
And I can
I know,
finally
Art-
use that intro I wrote for Kilmo.
Art got the full moon staff on a full moon night.
Oh
It's all
yeah.
good.
Just
Perfect.
showing his ash all over the place.
That white ash everywhere, man. That white ash full moon staff, man.
Got cocoa butter and white ash.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Beat stick.
Well, good night, everyone. This was fun.
Good night. See you guys on Thursday for Jason with Jace.
Bye.